As the sun rises on this arena, the pursuit of glory begins. Amongst the chaos, amidst the challenges, only the relentless will own the glory.
Chúng tôi suýt nữa đã mất cơ hội để đi tiếp. Đáng lẽ cả team phải thể hiện tốt hơn.
Kami kena tunjukkan mereka siapa kami di final. Kami sudah lama tunggu saat ini. Masa untuk tunjuk siapa kami sebenarnya.
Chúng tôi đã để lại dấu ấn tại Bangkok. Đã đến lúc càn quét thành phố này bằng một chức vô địch.
Fala, rapaziada. Mano, a gente não desiste. A gente é a Loud. A gente vai ser campeão, rapaziada. Pode anotar aí.
Now I got to up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all.
Frozen.
Kalah itu nggak masalah. Semua itu tentang menang atau lu belajar. Semua akan tiba pada waktunya.
ถึงเวลาพิสูจน์ว่ามันไม่ได้เป็นแค่เรื่องบังเอิญ ถึงเวลาพิสูจน์ว่าเราพร้อมที่จะชนะ
Sebenarnya kita nggak peduli sama omongan orang tentang kita. Kalau kita udah ada di sini, berarti kita emang pantas ada di sini.
Cuối cùng, chúng tôi đã trở lại với đấu trường thế giới. Đã đến lúc viết nên một chữ mới cho cái tên WAZ.
Kita akan menikmati setiap perjalanan kali ini. Tapi tujuan kita jelas. Kita siap untuk menjadi yang teratas.
ผมว่านี่คือโอกาสครั้งหนึ่งในชีวิตของผม ผมจะทำให้ดีที่สุด
Ano passado é só uma memória. Esse ano nós vamos chegar na glória.
Still remember, huh?
Twelve teams are set. Only the greatest team will own the glory. Take a seat and watch the most glorified war ever in Free Fire World Series 2023.
And welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. It is week 3, day 1 of the World Series. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me is the wonderful, the mustachio AJ and Husky. This is the final week for the World Series. We're going to be crowning the champion at the end of these 3 play days. And to kick things off, we are going to be doing AJ's special segment.
Bike Rush!
Woo! Finally made it.
Here. Finally. So exciting, so exciting. First time we have this format for the finals, right? Normally we don't have it.
Oh yeah.
But we'll give everyone a quick recap of the format. We started with the knockout stage the past 2 weeks, and here we are, Point Rush for today and tomorrow. And tomorrow, and on Sunday we crown the grand champions.
Someone's getting a little ahead of themselves. All right, so of course, just to wrap things up very quickly, this is our grand prize that the teams are aiming for. Not only is it the crown, but also a $300,000 lion's share of that prize pool. We're going to be running the standard point system for Point Rush, but we are going to explain the system for Point Rush in just a second. So as usual, Booyards are going to get you 12 points, 9 points for second, and you will get less as you go down. Eliminations will still result in a single point for every single round. Now, Point Rush. AJ, I'm going to let you take over for this segment. How does this work?
At the end of the day, if you have that #1 spot, you get 8 points. Second place, you get 6 points, so on and so forth, all the way down to the 10th spot. Now, tomorrow, the points are all reset, and we have to do this all over again. The points from day 1 and 2 accumulate for your grand final. So you start off with a little bit of a boost at the day.
And this is going to be super helpful for some of the teams that really want a bit of a head start going into that grand finals. But here's the tiebreaker rules in case we run into any tiebreaker situations. It is possible.
Oh, yeah.
We've got to make sure we have that contingency plan in play. But here we go. Here's our teams competing for this weekend.
So exciting. Starting off with the teams from Thailand, EXP Esports, Buriram, C-Triple-G. From Brazil, Magic Squad. From Indonesia, RRQ. And of course from Brazil as well, you have Loud.
And this is only the first half of 12 teams, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The other half, Poco from Indonesia, WAG, as well as P Esports, followed by GOW from Vietnam. And of course, Storad from Indonesia, and EXP, the one and only Expand, representing MCPS. The very first time MCPS is making it into the grand finals from a knockout stage.
And the very first time that a team from MCPS region makes it to the grand finals from a knockout stage, like AJ mentioned, and with an import player as well, right? Last year we had a coach, but this year we have Crime MKS playing in the main roster, which is absolutely amazing. But speaking about amazing people, we also have these co-streamers streaming in their official language as well.
Yep, so if you'd like to hang out with somebody whilst tuning into the Free Fire World Series 2023, make sure to check out their streams. They're going to be commentating on their own broadcast, watching the games alongside us. So if you'd like to have some colourful commentary, give them a visit, give them a like, give them some love, because we are here to celebrate Free Fire this year. Now, let's kick things off with our schedule for today. We're not going to be seeing much of a change with the map schedule. We're going to start things with Bermuda as we usually do.
Yep, absolutely. After that, Purgatory, Alpine, Kalahari, Nextera. And for game number 6, we hit that randomizer and hop on into one of the 5 maps.
We gotta look at the team stats, starting with EXP Esports, the 3rd place finisher from last year in Bangkok. 9.7 average eliminations, one of the highest eliminations per capita for a team. And when you look at these guys, especially the key player from the squad, you gotta look at this man, Caramel. Doesn't have the highest headshot rate, but when it comes to supporting his team from afar, this man is a menace.
I would have thought we would be taking a look at Dew, but Caramel definitely plays his own part as well, right? The main character that he brings into the battles, the A124, disables all of his opponents, and in Caramel's hands, they are absolutely wrecked. Now, we'll see a lot of that later on. We also have the Indonesians, RRQ Kazu.
Yes, we've got the Indonesians representing Indonesia, of course, and this has been a pretty surprise team going into the tournament. They started a little bit slow. They've really started to pick things up and have actually been able to compete with the top teams in the league so far. We are going to have a quick look here at Razor from RRQ, a very interesting character, but also very influential for this team.
Which is pretty crazy when you look at RRQ as a team. They finished like, what, 5th place in the group stage. One of the highest placement an Indonesian team has ever gotten on the world stage. During a group stage format, right? So there's a lot of expectations on this team, but when you look at the head-to-head, you start to realize that, man, Caramel is so far ahead of Razor, and when you consider their roles, it's even more impressive that Caramel isn't even the rusher of his team and Razor is.
But like you said, right, this is the 5th place squad, and they are being compared against your #1 team, EXPS, so you're definitely going to see a little bit of disparity in those numbers. But let's take a look at the characters as well. As mentioned, the A124 has been an absolute menace out there on the battlefield. Without access to your active and passive skills, you're a sitting duck, unless, of course, you can learn how to shoot.
Which is, in this point of time, I think one of the most effective character as well. You have to be able to win CQC without the help of your abilities, right? And even when it comes to passive skills, the Awakened Andrew has finally been brought back into the meta. It's been such a long time. Back then, you just see Hayato, Hayato, but seeing Andrew back is such a fresh feeling.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, all three of those passive skills, all focusing on the defense. But the top 5 pets used, no surprise at all to see Arvon taking that #1 spot. With the ability to spot all of your opponents out there on the battlefield within a certain radius, it's a hack in the game that's valid.
I mean, vision is king in a lot of these games, and especially Free Fire. If you know where the enemy is going to be, you can reposition. It's going to impact the way that you're going to move forward in the game. Okay, this is a player that you know is 100% focused.
Oh yeah,
he is getting ready for that game. He is in the zone. He is saving his energy.
It looks like he's taking a nap, but he's is
not.
meditating, okay?
Definitely.
Yeah, he's reliving the moments from last year. Remember what he said to Bobs? Bobs also finished 4th, right? He was with Magic Squad last year as well, and he was like, do you remember? I'm pretty sure every Brazilian team would remember. But one of our stars to watch is Abe from RRQ as well. First place in FFML, first place in FFMC, if I remember correctly. But this guy has a lot of accolades under his belt in the local scene. Right, regionally, he's also shown up every now and then. And this is kind of like the final destination. Like, can they bring it back to Indonesia?
And he especially remembers last time, our Free Fire World Series from the last time round, mainly because he had to sit that one out. The guy was not old enough, but this time round, RRQ, they were so confident that they'll be able to go all the way through because of him alone.
Yep, and we are going to flash our top 3 predictions for Bermuda, and I think we're all on the same wavelength here. We're sort of looking at the same teams.
Yep.
I was very close to putting God of Wolf here just because this was a team that specialized on Bermuda, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure, guys.
I think it's a team that needs some time to prove their worth again, right? I think this is a redemption arc for them. They barely scraped through. I think a lot of some people out there, including me to a certain extent, would be like, man, why is God of Wolf even in the finals? But like AJ mentioned, they've done just enough to earn that spot. Now, can they at least put up a fight? I think that's what we want to see.
Yeah, Bermuda kind of saved God of Wolf, and they did manage to scrape on through. Unfortunate for Pakistan, who kind of faltered just 7 points, right? Missing out on the 3 days of finals that we've got here. But of course, the first 2 days is going to be torturous. But I want to know from you guys, what do you think of the point rush system? Is it going to make a big difference?
I think it would. The ideal scenario is that whichever the trophy goes is determined by 1 point from point rush. That would be the ideal scenario for me. That's what makes it exciting. But again, this is the new format, right? I did not expect us to have point rush on the world stage because it has not happened before.
It made no better place to test it, right, Danny?
So I think the concept of Point Rush, it was very interesting, right? It's very new. It breathes some life into Free Fire's esports because it's a different format.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, are the points going to be as influential as we think it's going to be? We don't know how close the competition is because we have now grouped the best teams against each other in one big mega group, and they've also basically reset here, right? Everyone's starting from zero. They're literally going to be playing at their best or whatever form they have for this weekend. So I'm a bit on the fence, but I'm going to let the players prove me wrong. Maybe this will be the do or die, the be all end all, the winner be crowned because of these points.
Well, I see exactly where you're coming from, and I think they might just do the trick, right? Because if you look at Sentosa in 2022, the points between that #1 and #2 spot, it was just 1 single point.
Which is crazy.
Yeah,
right.
Ffws Phoenix, they missed out on the championship. They lost that out to Attack All Around, which is 1 point. And then in Bangkok, it was the exact same team, Ffws Phoenix, this time winning the championship, and they won it by just 3 points.
Yes, the margins in the past 2 World Series have been dangerously close, and that was without the help of a head start point, right? And it was just a one-day finals, and we got that sort of a performance from some of the top teams in the world.
And now we've been blessed with 3 days, essentially, right? I know we've got the one-day grand final on Sunday, but if you think about it, you kind of go a 3-day final because we get to watch all these games of Free Fire.
Now, it's 1 day of finals, but 2 days of
point rush.
Having an opportunity to make a difference on that 1 day of finals, right? Like I said, so the past 2 World Series, the points difference have been 1 and 3 between the first 2 places. So it could be game-changing. I mean, there's a potential a team walks away with 16 points.
AJ, take a look at where we're seeing some of these teams drop. I think we're looking at a hot drop here with PE Sports.
Yeah, I think we also get to see like how these teams want to play out, right? Because elimination points only matter to a certain extent, right?
Yeah.
To determine your standings at the end of the day. So you still are looking to pick up eliminations as you go, but you just have to remember that what matters is the head start point. And I'm very surprised to see Thorad going for a hot drop, and they've already found 2 knocks at the start, and that's 2 points for them.
If you're Thorad, this is exactly how you want to start. If you're PE Sports, you better run. And it looks like one player is already focusing on that. Don't Cry is going to be hanging back. In the meantime, it's going to be Hao Ang that gets away, or at least hopes to get away, to bring the rest of his squad members back. In the meantime, Poco Stars and God of Wolf finding a small little skirmish at the start here at Bima Sakti Strip with a scout from Loud just watching them.
I mean, straight out a new sort of rivalry, right? Indonesia against Vietnam to start it off, right? Both Indonesian teams are just hounding on the Vietnamese. And Thorad, they've gotten 3 points to start it off. Thankfully for PE Sports, they are still in this game, but very, very critically injured.
Pretty interesting style of play, because I know last week we were theorizing between each other, right? Are the games going to be fast? Are they going to be slow? Because it's going to focus on placements. And it looks like for now the action is just going to be right off the get-go here as Poco Raz actually going to be trying to shoot through this doorway here. Not quite connecting so far. It's going to break the glue wall, but not quite finishing anybody off here. But look at Raz pinned against the wall. They get him! Big fat body shot there.
Unfortunate for Raz, but God of Wolf looking to finish them off now. Poco Stars, they had an opportunity to shut them all down, and Vice MKS, the final guy, to hold the ground down, but a good glue wall will block away that entrance. And it looks like this might just be the end for Poco Stars.
So I've heard some words
they're
from
gone.
behind the scenes. As I just want to quickly also point out that, man, those new graphics are super cool.
Yeah.
But I've heard some words behind the scenes that GOW, right, across the weekend, after they barely qualified for the point rush stage in the scrims, they have been running over a lot of the teams who are playing in the final. So I know scrim results don't reflect the full performance, but the fact that that is a statement that I heard means that there is a lot to be desired from this team, right? Maybe they have learned something across the weekend.
They may have. I mean, sometimes you just have to be put under intense pressure to bring out your full potential. So God of Wolf, I mean, we've got our eyes on them. Unfortunately, for a team that we can't really look at anymore is Poco Stars. They were eliminated from the competition already, so they won't be able to really get much out of this round. But I do want to quickly mention, I do believe the elimination leaders are Buriram, and we didn't even get to see what happened over there.
Yep. Oh, Razor gets taken down by Too Fast, and I believe the whole of the RRQ squad is around the captain of Expand, who single-handedly has split away from the rest of his team members. And I'm wondering exactly what is happening over there.
Yeah, I know that RRQ ran into Buriram very early on. They lost like, what, 2 guys, started running away, and you know, as we saw just now, Razor got picked off by Expand. They did bring Dudes back, but that only puts RRQ at a into a 2-man squad, right? So Expand, any other squad out there can still overpower them.
Yeah, and not picked off by Expand, picked off specifically by Too Fast, and he was just so close to them. Single-handedly, I'm actually wondering how is Too Fast having a good day here. I mean, because the last few times we saw him, he was the first member on the side of Expand to go down. But this is a good start for the MCPS squad.
I mean, that was one of the main issues that we sort of ran into with the squad, right? Every time Too Fast was the first one to go down for Expand, the team sort of just follows him to the grave. So whatever sort of preparation that they've had, whatever they're doing to actually play these games, if it's going to work, I mean, this is the best time to overperform.
I think the last game we saw before they had to get ready to play the actual matches,
my goodness.
Expand actually finished second in that scrim against EXPS, so that could be something, right? Maybe it's a great warm-up for them. But Buriram is not just a warm-up, it is a true test, the final boss. And
Too
just
Fast.
like we kind of preempted, Too Fast is already down and the rest of Expand, they have to scatter.
Expand, they were approaching the compound of their brother, but unfortunately as the captain got shot down and taken out of the equation, Expand decides to back away and not engage with Buriram. Good decision. As 3 players from the side of Buriram continue to move on forward.
Oh, we got some roadkill here. And actually, we have another team eliminated. PE Sports going to be coming in 11th place this round.
It's not looking good though. I mean, Expand on the retreat actually uses the binocular, so they would scan out 1 player in that building, and that happens to be an RQ player. Legalov is already hightailing out of there. He is not having any of this. So Razor has to hold his ground. You can see that glue wall blocking out entrance to the 2nd floor, but Axel knows that someone is on the run. Abe will be kind of providing support from long range. as Razor doesn't really have much left in the tank though. Gets bursted down by Axel, so another point for Expand.
Yeah, great back away from Axel here, playing around the glue walls really well. And that blocks off the initial shots from Abe, who doesn't find the rescue. Now the rest of the players from the side of RRQ slowly circling around RGS. Finds a nick onto Crime, and he manages to sneak away with a good use of the glue wall. Now the two other members of RRQ refusing to join their brother. They want to play that high ground advantage and Expand, not getting too cheeky at the same time.
It is an important area for them to take over because there's a revival point there. Buriram, they're also approaching this compound, so this is going to get very messy.
I mean,
for RRQ.
I mean, it might just be for Abe. He's all alone. The team hasn't fully regrouped. And I believe Abe, he is actually one of the most looted players on the team as well. Because we saw RRQ, they're scrambling to loot. Their team is constantly being revived in. So if they lose Abe here, they're going to lose a lot of their firepower.
This could be game-changing for Expand. If RRQ starts the fight off against Buriram and Expand just interfere, Dutz shuts down Jonah. RRQ starts things off hot. Now the one player that did manage to peel away from Buriram has to come back to the rest of his team members, and Expand should be able to catch them.
Yeah, he actually isolated himself because he flew right into Expand's compound. And Expand was trying to capture the revival point, and they just did. So they were able to bring Ffws back. Crime MKS also finds Moshi. So losing two members already on the side of Buriram. And look at RQ, they're converging on the remainders of BRU.
Wasana! Drogon doesn't find the perfect execution. Abe, on the other hand, will be able to find a spray. Legolas out of nowhere knocks down Get High. One final player, Wasana, and off he goes on that second floor. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Kind of a fatal mistake for BRU to just run in like that, right? Especially splitting up in a 1-1-2 formation, not knowing that Expand was on the other side.
They're making
Wasana
themselves
is
known.
having a rough time. Expand trying to pick up a straggler, but RQ, they want to claim what's theirs, and they will rightfully do so. Abe with the final knockout, and BRU, they are already out.
Out of the equation, but now out in the open as well. RRQ, especially Legolas, needs to circle around, and it looks like Expand's just not in the mood to tag him up with shots just yet. They are going to be in the favor of the next circle, but if they want to stay alive much longer, they have to circle around into Plantation and find a better defensive spot.
Yeah, good news is that they did disable that revival spot earlier at Riverside. So any teams that come through afterwards will not be able to reap that benefit for now. Eventually, Expand will have to fight because the circle is in favor of them, but they are also kind of caught in the middle, right? That's not the best area for you to kind of play around due to the constraints of the compound.
Yeah. Now, coming into this next circle, a couple of things we do need to consider as well, right? So RRQ are sort of pinned between two teams, right? They can't move to the left because of Expand, but then to their right, you've got Thorad that's going to be wanting to come into that circle as well. So this might be a big opportunity for Expand to possibly punish RRQ if they're being pincered in a two-way formation. But again, it's also going to depend on whether RRQ continues to play like this, right? They're constantly splitting up. They're trying to loot. They're trying to get ready in macro for this late game. But I'm just concerned if their players get picked off one by one again, this might be problematic.
Dark call out in the open. Good double glue wall to save himself. Legolas managed to get those tags. Tags on Ekal as well. Ekal needs to get a little bit closer if he wants to be dangerous. He's got that grenade launcher in hand. North using a good amount of cover for himself, so no glue walls expanded as the rest of the Thorad members join him as well. Legolas the only one that's getting a little excited with the shots, and he's attracting all of the Thorad members directly to himself. And here comes RRQ with a flank as well. This is a great setup.
That could be massive. As long as Legolas survives, this will be beneficial for them. You can see that Thorad, they're converging 4-man against 1. So this backup, this flank has to come through as fast as possible. Darko with the support for North is going to take out Legolas, and the RRQ cavalry is nowhere to be seen. That means that Thorad have completely taken control of this area.
Just about 10 seconds shy with that rotation, and Thorad will be able to punish them for that. Initially, RRQ had the better position inside of the circle, and now they are going to be struggling a tad bit with one player outside. This is going to be circle number 3 in the next few seconds, so it is going to continue to hurt even more. CGGG versus Magic. This is a big engagement, and CGGG doesn't have a lot of cover outside.
Magic squad now against CGGG. They can both beeline deeper into the safe zone without having to fight at all, and that's what Magic Squad will do. They don't want to take the risk. It is a long journey. Look at that, the Dinoculus just to scan the compounds north of Bimasakti Strip so that they have a checkpoint to touch down before they kind of proceed further into the circle, which is gate capped by GOW.
Loud, very silent this time around, pun intended. WAG tagging them up from the back, but Loud just wants to focus on their position, focus on in the position of that circle, but not doing too great. C-Triple-G from the back, WAG right in front of them. Loud in a lot of trouble. GOW approaches as well. Loud's gonna get pinset in, and this does not look fun if you are a member from the squad.
There's a fight to the death between RRQ and Thorad. Goes with a close range victory over Darko. Is gonna get traded back instantly by Lozzy as Thorad arrives with the backup. RRQ still, again, don't have the members' advantage. They only have two players left, and I don't think they get to loot too much. Now, Expand has the duty to gatekeep these two teams.
And they do have the amount of range between themselves as those two teams to take those long shots. C-Triple-G, on the other hand, up against Mexico. And the M82B will find the penetration through the glue wall. One more. Coscu still survives that continuously moving. And Coscu finally down on the ground. Peter survives! The pulls from the Tatsuya. Sonia saves him, but just for a single second. Drax still gets the final shot in.
Holy cow, that Orion really worked out for Lau. Drax still gets knocked though. Instantly brought back up, so Lau has the whole team left. They have to do with C-Triple-G though. This is not a fight that they can completely avoid as Peter finally succumbs to his injuries. On fire now, very much isolated as Kawan goes for the rush. On fire, starting to take a lot of damage, stuck between his own blue wall. So Kawan just comes in with the pump, and Loud finds Tree.
My goodness, the headshot out of the Trogon just way too spicy to deal with, and Yago catches one more outside the circle. This is very damaging, and the blue just helping these teams out with those knocks. EXPS, on the other hand, bypasses Magic Squad and flies all the way past God of Wolf as well, so that has to be a revived player. The other one with the vehicle slowly circling on in. Thorad, on the other hand, taken on Expand, giving that opening for EXPS as they approach from the back.
So you might have to deal with EXPS first because they are on the low ground, but EXPS is also dealing with C-Triple-G. RRQ somehow around the corner as Norm, his back is turned, but he was still able to find his bearings. Now Cobra going with the Tashuya dash. They're playing ring around the Rosie with those glue walls, and it's actually the Axel who ends up losing to Lozzy. North is going to get rushed. Ikka goes down. Cobra needs to do a bit more than that, but unfortunately that's not the case. Norm will win with the Charge Buster. Crab and KS, the last man alive, to try to help his team as EXPS now joins the fight to pick up the scraps, and Thorad will not survive.
EXPS hops on in, and they are the biggest winners. Stop just needs to knock down two more glue walls to find 2 extra points. Here comes Cobra. Drogon looks the right way, sprays down Casper. Loud, on the other hand, Crime stop as well. Stop did manage to hit down Cobra. Do the final player alive and kicking Crime, taking damage from the blue as well. EXPS versus Expand, one alive on each side.
And Mexico, he's gonna get dropped, and there's no recovering from that. I think Mexico will be out as well. A quadra kill for Abe and RRQ. You'd think that they would not make it this far, but here they are with a full squad revived. GOW, on the other hand, having their own sets of problems, and this time it's going to be the Brazilian squad.
Oh, this is starting to get very tense, gentlemen. We're running out of space here. We're still looking at a lot of teams and a lot of players alive. And look at this Magic Squad looking to take this compound for themselves.
Bob's already down. He actually ran into like, what, 3 gun barrels? Dian and Diguang, not much HP to work with. Barely just hanging by a thread, but they're not going to go down without a fight. Yago finally provides the necessary backups, and it's 2 in a row for Yago. Magic Squad with 6 points.
What a crazy, chaotic first lobby for the day in week 3, dude. 91 HP left in here. Circle tagging him up. 64 HP and Crime manages to get that final player. Is gonna get taken away from EXPS. Expand now. The final survivor for Expand is Crime. And he needs to circle his way in, and RRQ busy with Magic Squad. This is the opener for Expand.
And it could be, right? Like the circle is not occupied by anyone. Like Expand is on, like Crime is alone on the north side. This could be a chance to sneak it away. Taking it slow so far. RRQ again very healthy. Look at those extra shields and health for themselves. Abe and Legolas staying alive. What? The Indonesian is literally carrying us right now. RRQ finally losing dudes, but it's going to be Bunsen traded back. Abe putting in the numbers under his belt. He's about to lift his whole team to the crown.
But wait a minute.
It's a full squad revival from Expand.
And Crime's got a vehicle.
And he's driving straight straight into the rest of the RRQ players. He's going to buy them a tad bit of time first. It's going to be Crime MKS on the right-hand side. Too fast from up top. One quick grenade finds the tag and they have to back away. Axel hasn't been bought in just yet. Crime finds another. Racer down on the ground. Expand looking for their first booyah.
And he finds Legolas also. Crime is destroying everyone in his lobby all on his own. And Crime and 2 back, the last 2 alive. Babe turns around the glue wall to block it out. Crime and KS about to finish the golden road in this game 1. It's a 1 versus 1, him against Abe. Can he beat the golden child of RRQ? The first world stage appearance for both of them, and Crime about to make his
Sonya!
The timeout to Sonya and Crime and KS might have done it. Abe needs to bring himself back up, but it's not doable. Crime, MKS, 11 eliminations all on his own to bring Expand to the first booyah.
Booyah, man. First ever booyah on the first day of the final week. But what a pity this is Point Rush.
Man,
So
how you wish this is the actual grand finals.
Guys, what just happened? I think we have witnessed the most insane game for the entirety of the Free Fire World Series. It was from 2 teams that we had never expected to do this well on Bermuda. RRQ had the most scuffed game I have ever seen in my entire life. They were all over the place. And then you had the full team revive and Crime committing crimes.
Absolute criminal plays.
Oh yeah.
I mean, no disrespect to Malaysia, but we can change it to Indonesia flag for just 1 round because Crime MKS
Hold on.
absolutely destroyed this lobby.
Gentlemen, I think if I was due, I would be shaking.
That's an MVP.
That's an MVP if I ever
Surely
saw
that's
one.
an MVP, right?
Oh,
I would not
incredible.
accept any other results.
I mean, I'm just looking at AJ here. This man's got the biggest smile I've ever seen in my entire life.
I mean, it should have ended right
It should have
here.
ended here.
It should have.
It should have ended right here.
It all started here, in fact.
That's true. That is true.
Like Crime was like Cobra got shot from the back.
Yeah.
And Crime had to win a 1v1 on the low ground with less than half a health, and then survive until the end. 1v1's due, fights the entire RRQ, and buys his team back. The amount of effort this man has put in this 1 round is crazy.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Of course, Circle went to the side of Expand as well, and Magic Squad got a little busy with RRQ. That just gave the opener for Crime to revive the full squad. All 3 players came flying back in for that perfect timing as the blue was pressuring RRQ. Expand got the positions, and Crime still continued to absolutely eat up his Indonesian brothers on the other side, circling around. The Trogon initially didn't get the hit, and I have to say, man, I mean, we've seen so many Sonya highlights, but it does not get better than this one. Final second, Sonya saves his life, but 3-second and big brain play from Crime just to erect all of these glue walls and allow that Sonya to time out. He gets the win. Perfect stuff from Expand.
And Abe actually could self-revive, right? So those glue walls had to go down, and Crime knew that. He didn't see the victory screen, had to go for the secure. I mean, this guy did everything, right? This is the one time I'm fine if his teammates were the punching bag, because they literally were target dummies so that Crime could really pop off.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I've never seen anyone master the delete button like Crime has in this game alone. But I honestly cannot wait to see what they have to say, because we will have a winner's interview in just a second. But my goodness, these guys have literally set the bar so high for today's games. I cannot wait for our next map.
I wouldn't go that far.
Hey,
They've set the bar high for themselves.
Yes, it is a very high bar. I don't remember the last time they performed out of their minds.
I mean, it's their first booyah after 2 weeks. And this is week 3. We get the first one.
Okay, hold on. Can we say this is probably the best game Expand has ever had at the international stage?
Oh yes, 100%. And also with Crime MKS, right? The latest addition to the squad, right? Like
this was his first Worlds.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it's not really a debut, but it's heck of a round.
Yep. Well, the interview's ready. Let's see what they have to say.
Hello gamers, it's your host On Patira here. Welcome to the Point Rush stage, day 1, where we now left with 12 teams, and one of these teams will become the Free Fire World Series 2023 champion. And now I guess it's a good day, great start for this team especially. Give it up for Expand! Congratulations! This is your first booyah in Free Fire World Series 2023. How do you feel about it?
Ini booyah pertama kamu di Free Fire World Series. Macam mana perasaan kamu? Rasanya senang karena ini pertama kali Buya.
He feels so happy because this is his first Booyah Free Fire World Series.
And many more to come, right?
Yes, of course.
Definitely. In the last combat of Game 1, your last member revived the whole team. Can you explain to us a bit how can you did that?
Dalam pertempuran terakhir kamu telah revive seluruh tim kamu. Jadi bagaimana perasaan kamu pada masa itu? Pada masa itu satu tim telah di-revive kan. Jadi apa perasaan kamu pada masa itu?
Ya, perasaan saya sih senang bisa menghidupkan teman-teman saya kembali.
He was very happy that he could revive all his teammates.
Right. And how many additional points your team aim to receive in the point rush stage day 1?
Jadi kamu mahu berapa poin untuk point rush untuk kumpulan expand?
100 poin.
Of course, 100 points.
Of course, and I hope you get that. Best of luck. And lastly, anything you'd like to say to Malaysian fan?
Ada apa kata-kata untuk fans di Malaysia?
Tetap dukung kami sampai grand final.
Please support us until the end.
Right. Best of luck to you guys and your team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Give it up for Expand. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Hey, it's not just me that set expectations up for Expand. They said they want 100 points today, and I mean, if they keep playing like this, they will get 100 points.
I just want to see Expand get more booyah so I can see Akila translate everything for us. Hi, Akila.
honestly, you know what? I have finally ticked something off my bucket list to see Expand get a booyah on the world stage.
That's your bucket list?
One of my bucket lists. We're going one at a time, right? One at a time. Again, this is their first time in the grand finals. That booyah could have come in a more better fashion. But this is just the beginning.
It could have come on a better day though, but if they can repeat this, I'm not going to complain too much, right? It's a fantastic start for MCPS. MCPS that has never, ever made it into the finals from a knockout play. From the play-ins in the past for the World Series, they've never got it done. This is the very first team from MCPS to break that record and then to get a booyah on the week of the finals? Yeah, never done before.
Well, who knows? We could be looking at a new record in just a moment for this team because we've literally just started the day. We've got 5 more games to go, 4 more different maps, and then of course we've got the random map at the end of the day. Hang on, you got to be positive. You see good things. Good things mean good things are going to happen for the rest of the day. But of course, let's just recap the last round before we get ready for our next map of the day. We're going to quickly flash our elimination leaders for the round, which I think is going to be pretty obvious if anyone actually watched that game last round. Crime MKS going to be getting the elimination lead for this round with 9 elims to his name, and he 100% deserves it with the way he played that round.
Like, this is the definition of solo carry. Like, one guy lifting his entire team towards the finishing line and crossing it.
Gentlemen, look at him.
Look at this man. Like,
I could visualize him carrying everybody on his shoulders.
His eyes are as seductive as A124.
He's a man with focus and sheer determination. And those killer eyes,
Jeez.
the killer instinct.
This man knows.
They have,
look at it. Look at it.
Guy has the riz, as we say.
Don't look him in the eye. I think that means trouble. But just going to take a look at that team comp. I mean, this is pretty normal for team comps when it comes to Expand. I mean, you two are very familiar with Expand's general play style. In general, how would you explain the way that Expand plays their games?
I think in the past it has been extremely messy and uncoordinated. The Expand that we are seeing now is very much more put together, and they were deliberating in terms of do they bring in an import player for the longest of time, and when they finally made the decision to get that done, I think it's finally starting to pay off as well. You know, questions were thrown around, but I think the boy has clearly proven himself. They've got an Indonesian coach and an Indonesian star player on their side. 24 points on day number 1, but RRQ Kazu trying to steal their thunder.
Yeah, and thankfully, I mean, RQ Kazu also kind of earned that spot, right? You look at that final 1v1. It was Crime MKS carrying Expand. It was Abe dragging RQ towards the finishing line. And only one of them could cross it. So if you want kind of a Wild West showdown, that is probably the best scenario possible. So RQ and Expand tying for first. I don't mind at all.
Don't mind at all. I mean, this is probably the most unexpected booyah. No one predicted Expand to be able to start things like this, but
especially on Bermuda, like unexpected.
Very, very unexpected.
Yeah, opening round, right? Like,
yeah,
Expand opening round, man, they've never been so hot before.
I
So-
mean, we've seen the team kind of like cold at the start and then they warm up towards the end. But yeah, they really have warmed up towards the end. They have never started off hot. So this is a very different kind of version of Expand. But I want to see if or not this momentum can build up and trail off and kind of affect the performance of these other players as well. Because we can't expect just one star player out of a team all the time.
Yeah, so I want to sort of start a conversation here because, of course, we are playing a different format. Do you gentlemen feel that the players, because they've seen this different format, it may have influenced the way that they've played? Because in this game, we saw 2 hot drops, right? Both Indonesians hot dropping the Vietnamese teams.
I say probably a bit. I think the players are probably a bit relieved knowing that the points get resetted, right? The maximum head start points you can get before Sunday is 16 and the absolute minimum is 0.
Yes.
And I think if you can get something like in the middle, like 8-9 points, it's actually not too bad, right? You're half a round away from the teams ahead of you, and perhaps it only makes a difference when the games are really neck and neck. So in this case, it probably allows the players to play a bit more freely simply because the points get reset and it doesn't count towards your grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on which team you are. If you are Buriram, you're not too worried about point rush because you know you can supersede anything that any other team can pick up on any other days. And of course, it's not just Buriram. Teams like EXPSC, Triple G, they all have this exact same quality. Even at points, RRQ Kazu has got that capability to do so. Now, if you're not one of these names that I just mentioned, you got to hustle. You got to pick up everything you can on point rush days.
Yeah, especially if you're trying to make it full. I know some of these teams, I think it'll be very difficult for them to actually get first place, you know, to take the crown. You're up against some of the most competitive teams in the world, so getting the highest ranking as you can, it's something that you do want to work towards.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So here are our predictions for the next map. It's going to be Purgatory, so there could be the chance of a water circle. I'm just going to jinx it now. But here are our predictions. You're welcome.
Pretty similar, except Husky.
Except me, yeah. Like my
he's a special one, but he's right most of these times.
Okay,
Most
hold
of
on.
these days, he's kind of right.
I want to give him a chance to explain himself, okay?
So
let's go.
Explain yourself.
This is tough. Okay, so I mean, I went for Magic Squad, Loud, and Poco, right? I think Magic and Loud, even Game 1 wasn't exactly the worst. You know, they finished kind of in the middle of the pack. Poco Star was the exception, right? They were the first team to first or second team to get knocked out. Now, the reason I went for the 2 Brazilian teams in particular for Purgatory is that on bigger maps they generally perform slightly better. But I also don't take into account whether they are early hot drops. I think that is too random of a factor to consider. But general performance, I think the Brazilians will do fine on Purgatory.
I agree, Brazilians will do fine, but that statement is mainly carried by one Brazilian team called Magic Squad.
Yes. And I have to agree with that, right? Lao has definitely flip-flopped. I think you can say the same about MIBR, who didn't make it, but especially Lao, who is now in the point rush stage, right? You look at the group stage performance, they flip-flop between day 1 and day 2. It was a massive difference. So for them, it's all about staying consistent. For Magic Squad, it's all about being able to push the limits just a bit more, kind of get that booyah at the very end, because they can do it, right? Top 5 is not a problem for Magic Squad, but getting that booyah, that's where they struggle a bit.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to let the players' performance do all the talking here because we have everyone loaded in their pods. We're going to get everyone in the aircraft and flying into Purgatory. That's going to be our second map of the day. We've already had one booyah scored by an unexpected team, and we're going to be looking at another team to surprise us by getting that booyah on Purgatory. We are going to find out here, gentlemen. We've got our predictions. I'm excited. Is it going to be a water circle? I think it's going to be just sprinkling the fairy dust. Look, I think you have to want the wacky circles on game days like this because it tests players when it comes to positioning for those circles. Where are they going to be? How are they going to adapt? I don't like easy circles. I want to test people's strategy.
I understand.
That was a long silence.
It was a long silence.
But this is where, like, if
oh my! Okay,
when you
it's not too bad.
It's still tough, but not very bad.
As much as we say Expand kind of set the bar quite high to start off the day, now this is where we get into AJ's favorite part. Can Expand remain consistent?
Can they? I mean, that is a pretty good question.
We've seen them win big rounds and then fall off a cliff the round after that, right? And I think this one is a good time to see where they stand.
Oh my.
Oh, we've got another potential.
Okay.
Is that Oh my gosh.
It's a great drop for Expand because they feel like they're at home. But PE Sports and WAG dropping by here could mean a very messy early engagement. But the fact of the matter is PE Sports WAG, they start firing against each other. This is going to give Expand a lot of time to loot up first. They can hear these gunshots and prepare for battle as well.
Might be a 1v1 happening very soon.
Oh
There's a
my.
PE Sports player near an Expand guy. So Kawan did get eliminated by Wasana, so that's first blood for this round. Hot drop between BRU and a lot of our teams. 18 did actually find Dian. This is literally at Moat House, one of the most isolated areas on this map. And somehow Poco finds themselves playing against GOW, and GOW taking a fall.
That's a revival point here, so the winner of this skirmish is not going to be too upset at all if they do go ahead and lose a couple of lives. Leem, Drogon, a couple of pops. He repositions. Wally on the other side. Leem trying to get across the stairs, spots him out. And it will be just back and forth between them.
Man, that glue will block almost every shot from Raz. A very cute attempt in trying to cap that revival point, but it's never going to happen. As far as MKS late on the rush on the Tatsuya dash ends up going down. Now Raz has to carry everything on his shoulders. Doesn't have much to work with though. Goes for the rest of the Quan. Can't find a reset on the Sonya. And the second time Poco Star just absolutely obliterated.
Ooh, not the best start for Poco Stars.
I don't want to say because Husky voted for them.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I voted before we saw Bermuda, right?
One out of 3 chances, you know, you're going to have that happen. C-Triple-G, though, early skirmish, I have to say early interference. They shouldn't even be here, and they will be punished for that. Hao Ang takes on fire out of the equation. Peter, on the other hand, their best player, tags up Hao Ang, so activates his Sonya as well. Hao Ang moves forward with the Sonya, but can't do much, and now has to get picked up out of the open. Peter goes for the shutdown, and he will take advantage. What are you guys doing, PE Sports?
Man, PE Sports not paying attention at all. What was that?
WAG actually cleaned up the rest of the team as well.
I mean, what was that? What was that from PE Sports? That was just negligence. Negligence on the side of the entire team.
Peter,
if he gets absolutely criminal. The dash from Peter finds Krillin. He's doing everything on his own. Finally, Cyrus drops him. He should have went down a long time ago.
Very brave. Oh, hang on a minute. We got Dude working some magic.
When the organizer says no emotes, they say okay.
Okay, one more.
Dudes.
Oh, you gotta.
Oh,
you gotta love this.
Oh,
Dew misses.
My man has dancing shoes.
You don't see that every day out of Dew. Misses the final opportunity for the knockdown. All Caramel's pissed, but gets tagged up. Dew tries to get away. What a shot! What a shot!
I mean, that is how you do it. Razor showing them how it's done. Caramel shot out from the skies. 84 meters was that the distance of that shot just now. What a snipe.
I mean, RRQ, I think they're mad after that last round. Like, yeah, 24 points tied for first, but I mean, you want to get the most that you can for this play day.
Oh, this is it, man. Dew's gonna get caught between 2 squads, Thoret as well as RRQ. And where's the finals?
What's
from
Casper?
EXPS, yeah, Casper.
Casper the ghost hiding in the walls, perhaps.
He's nowhere to be seen in this area, and Axel gets sniped from nowhere.
Abe found him, found Dude.
Reset. They both went down. I mean, that was pretty cute. Like, both of them popped the Sonya at the same time, and unfortunately, they both timed out. So, no, revive. Lozzy is going to support North, and Duz is firing at him. Where's Razor going though? Looking for a reposition. He's going to lose that Sonya. He's going to time out. There it is on the ground.
Good shot by North, and Dutz will not be able to do much. Gets taken out of the equation. Ikal says, thank you very much for the loot. The rest of RRQ backs away, says thank you very much for the skirmish. We'll meet you another time out there on the map. Expand, on the other hand, looking to find the revival onto Axel as they spot out a player from the side of Magic.
Oh, I love this fun fact. The qualified teams without, the only team honestly without Booyah in the knockout stage. So yeah, they're the only team who made it to the point rush stage without a single Booyah, and they got it. They got it in the first round. So
they did.
A bit late, but better late than never.
Yeah, we do apologize for the grammatical error though. Got that one.
Oh, this one's great.
So many of you and only one of us against all odds.
Yeah, that's true.
See, this one's correct because it's a quote directly from the player.
Which is true, right? I mean, the only Malaysian team in the entire lobby, right? Like every other region has friends. You know, Indonesia has 3 teams, Thailand has 3 teams, Vietnam has 3 teams, Brazil has 2, and then there's us. There's only one of us.
You just gotta hug yourself. It's fine.
There's a very big fight coming through here. Magic versus Expand. Now, the next circle will determine what the movements are going to be like and whether or not we find a skirmisher between the two. But looking at their position, there's almost a 90% chance they'll both have to move.
Still very early to say though, but we are seeing some of the other teams move in RRQ because they managed to get a full team revive. They're going to be scouting around. I'm really surprised that RRQ continue to be so aggressive even though they are constantly reviving their players back. They are playing so hyper aggressive today.
Yeah, it's a good change of pace. Like RRQ has not really been the most active team, so to really see them go out gun blazing, I mean, you can see like Abe in particular, Abe and Razor, these two are feeling so good, and we get a heck of a circle on that western island.
That's huge because almost everybody needs to cross that river line, and that's going to be problematic for a couple of these teams because you can see right now we've got some really good positions for these teams to just gatekeep that water. Very dangerous. I'm really keen to see how these teams navigate this, try to find a safe way into that next circle.
WAG got to cross that bridge. You have to face RRQ Kazu. That's the price you have to pay. Magic Squad now finally taking a couple of shots against Expand. Now, obviously, both of them are very close to the circle. They can go straight in if they want to. And Magic Squad, they've done this a lot of times. They realize that, hey, there's a circle. We can avoid a fight. Let's just go in.
Smart play by Magic. They send the UAV out first, though, just to scare Expand away, push them away from the UAV, whilst they run the opposite side. So a strategic defensive maneuver coming through from Magic Squad. And they definitely want to get into that final circle for sure. God of Wolf, on the other hand, running outside the circle. It's just the second one, so it's not going to hurt too much.
Not yet. Maybe soon. But yeah, very, very calculated play here for God of Wolf. I mean, I have to say, God of Wolf actually did rather well that last round.
Oh my!
Oh, this could be deadly. I mean, very important area to hold as well. And it's Mount Villa. You do have the edge of the circle.
And they know as well.
And Buriram, they are kind of on the edge right now. Literally on edge. How is Magic Squad going to navigate this, though?
What a play by Magic!
Chiu and Yago tries to go for flank with Buriram, just repositions. Right now, they are the ones on mainland.
But the circle still approaching them from the back. Magic Squad, good reposition. Butts in on the right. Trogon will pop a grenade in first. Meets a cluster response. Mochi backs away. High ground advantage. Cluster up top. Tags out both Jonah as well as Mochi. Wasana. Cheeky burst by Wasana. Defensive. He backs away. Bobs.
Grenade.
Grenade. Mochi!
Second
One more! And it goes a little bit wide. Just the grenades alone forcing Buriram to use all of those medkits.
I mean, Magic Squad are doing a really good job of just juggling the attention of BRU. Look at that. I'm going to slow down BRU's pacing a little bit. The tempo has changed in favor of Magic Squad, who are now circling around the corner, right? The blue is pressuring them from the back, so Magic Squad feeling a bit compelled to move forward a little bit, push into BRU. Moshi, Jonah, Wasana, everyone's taking together. The red time just breaks the defense on the right side, and now is the rush from Magic Squad. Busts in with the first shot to get high. Wasana instantly traced back from long range. BRU gonna get flanked. Wasana back exposed. Jago finds the shot. Magic Squad slowly cleaning up the members of BRU. There's 2 members of Buriram already down. Moshi and Jonah left in the playing field, but it's not for long. Bobs finds the third. GU with the 4th. Everyone from Magic Squad crashes in on 1.
Beautiful maneuver there from Magic Squad. It was almost like they just sort of herded Buriram into a position where they felt very comfortable to just go in CQC. But in the meantime, though, we've got C-Triple-G raining some hell down onto Expand. Now, we have to keep in mind, Expand have split. They have 2 players within that compound. Now it's just 1, actually. The rest of the team is actually trying to move towards the northern side of that circle. But I'm a little bit worried about the Axel here. He is isolated, but maybe it could be a trap. Maybe they're baiting C-Triple-G to go in. But look at this, though. They're actually pushing forward.
Yeah, On Fire is going straight in for this battle. Nobody spotted Axel out just yet.
I think they know he's dead. They know that he's isolated, right? So now
look at that next circle.
They're going to force the 3 versus 3 with 1 more supporting. And Axel actually finds it a bit harder to support his team compared to 1 more. This could be advantageous for C-Triple-G.
Grenade! Catches Peter from the back. Tatsuya bursts away. C-Triple-G versus Expand. They have to deal those grenades. Ffws on fire, tagged up as well. Crime MK sends another one. And he gets on fire 2 times in a row. Those medkits have to be used. 2 fast circles around the right-hand side. Peter backs away. 3rd time onto on fire. Crime's not missing out those grenades at all. Response comes through. Cosq with a double. And 1 does go down on the side of Expand. Too fast. Peter drops Cobra as well. That's 2 for the guy. And 1 more swims it up from the right-hand side. Axel down. Crime the final player. The Indonesian has no chance against them, and Expand bite the dust in the 9th spot.
I mean, we said Expand made a good move, but CGG made an even smarter move. They know that Axel cannot support his teammate from that position, so they forced a essentially 4v3. And Axel was kind of a null factor in that fight, unfortunately. And that one nade that landed on the feet of Cobra, of Too Fast, that was the end of it. There was nothing else that they could have done.
Yeah, great play coming in from CGG. We've got 2 other teams here actually going for a bit of a skirmish. We actually have Thorad pressuring Magic Squad from the high ground here. It's actually just Darkhole. The rest of his team has spread out though. They are in a C formation. They are ready to attack, but I am a little bit worried here. They've gone for the 2-2 split. So if these players on the edge get caught, especially towards that northern side, they won't have the support. But WAG, though, being rained on hell by God of Wolf. They're on the hunt. WAG is quite split here as well, gentlemen. Grenades almost connecting.
We're definitely feeling a bit of the pressure.
RQ
from kind of the side, going in for potential pincer maneuver. God of Wolf, what is planned though? Looking to reposition. It's going to be Izagod holding that corner. So if WAG funnels through, they might get shot in the back. And that's exactly what happened. But WAG responds in kind. Now Izagod has to fall back. The Blues are not making it any easier. And instantly gets taken out from Toots from afar, and that could be go time for WAG.
Oh, there's just so much of chaos all around the map here. Multiple players finding those engagements, knocking each other down onto the ground, and it looks like the whole squad of Magic Squad is going to be able to pick up CGG. If this one finds the connection, it's going to be an ice grenade that forces them away from their defense, and butts in with the Drogon. Has to flank around the right-hand side, but has got no backup. One more from the opposite side, try to back him up, and here comes the full squad backing up Butson. One more down on the ground, on fire though, in a little bit of a tight situation, and he survives as the Brazilians back away.
And look at this Magic Squad. They don't even need to engage. They were like, man, I think we saw a second team arrive. We've done our job. We're going to start backing off. Leave CGG to the hands of EXPS. And one more. He's going to go down. Peter literally on the run, seeking refuge in this tunnel, but he could meet his end very soon.
The Magic Squad saying hasta la vista as they take the jump pad and get the hell out of there. EXPS will deal with the remaining members of CGG. Brazil has one final one, but Sin can't get away. And the spray's right behind you. Sonia helps him out.
And Duke pulls out.
Butson and Yago gets him from afar. That backup.
I mean, the animation for Duke pulling out his weapon was a bit too late, but they still bring him back up. Doesn't matter though. The blue zone will help out Magic Squad. And Dew might have to be given up. They will revive him again. There's a CGG member there. This could be kind of the downfall of Dew.
Dew and Bobs holding on. Peter makes it in. CGG still alive. This guy, he's like a cockroach. He just never dies.
Look at RRQ, right? 7 eliminations. The full squad still there. Both Brazilian teams are alive and they're holding very important choke points. Guess what? The circle does favor Loud. And RRQ is looking for a way in.
Nobody's in this next circle. RRQ a little bit too open, and Magic Squad's Bobs tries to take advantage, but now his position given away already. Scans 3 players with the binoculars, so lots of information. Magic Squad with that info backs away. They have to look for the circle. In the meantime, it's gonna be the Orion that saves Drax for the second, and Wally gets taken down. It is Lost 21 with the backup as well. Mexico, on the other hand, will spot another player out in the open. It's going to be the players of EXPS, while Peter just stays super quiet.
As long as Peter doesn't move, doesn't reveal his position, he should be able to secure those placement points for his team. So Peter, his job, play it quiet. But you know a team that doesn't want to play quiet? It's Loud. This team has been pretty quiet this round. You want to secure those eliminations, especially if you're trying to aim for all those points for that grand final. Not a full connection there from Dew. But I think all hell is about to break loose, boys, because look at this. The circle has shown itself.
Again, our boy just turns the corner, makes a drift, takes Saukawan. He's trying to survive. Tatsuya, the great escape from Abe. So now Pop is going to end up going down. The Riptide Rhythm will break all of the glue walls. Razor It's going to be down low. Fortunately, Abe, he's going to be down, but assistance instantly arrives from the side of Dudes. So Magic Squad, they are not out of the woods just yet. Loud as well, need to do with RQ, but the Indonesians are absolutely tearing the Brazilians to shreds. Bobs and Juice both go down, and it's Legolas, the captain, to lead his team.
Damage.
A slightly bit closer to the Booyah. Dus and Razor, they both get knocked down by the blue, and Mexico gets taken up by Peter.
And Peter's still alive and kicking, sneaking away points out of the open as well. View looking for that knock, none connecting. Peter finally has to move. He's right behind EXPS. Peter up top, spots out Dew, and they look at him as well. Dew, a sliver of
reset.
Sonia, reset! What a reset! What a reset by the Sonia, and Peter hangs on.
Final medkit.
Oh!
There's a grenade launcher up top. It's going to land though. Merry Christmas, Peter. Just hang on the edge. And he knows that this is as far as he goes. He's just going to give himself to the blue zone. AXPS, you're not going to get anything, Peter.
Oh!
It's a farewell shot. 13 eliminations at the end for CGG. No booyah for them though. It's EXPS that claims it.
Peter is the MVP. He better get it. Production, he's the MVP of the game. No doubt whatsoever, but EXPS, congratulations on the booyah for Game 2.
Well, I think at some point we were expecting EXPS to get a booyah today, and it had to be this day. I have to say though, EXPS were quite lucky with where that circle ended up going, and also the positioning for a lot of these teams. Everyone was fighting on one half. EXPS was just waiting quietly in their compound, not pressured at all. So a relatively downhill game for this team. Nice way for them to end, but I think if you're Dew, you're just like, MVPs for me maybe, please?
It's more than enough. He has like what,
to be
4?
fair, he does have more than enough.
It's like what, 4 MVP titles already?
I think it's 5, isn't it? 5? I thought he's at 5. I could be mistaken. He's at 5, yes. I got confirmation.
That's a bit too much.
Too many.
I mean, for at least for this game, EXPS, not the most explosive game, like you pointed out, Danny. They did have the help of the circle. But man, this is another round where we just see some godlike individual plays, right? Like Peter had a good run.
Peter had 2 clutch moments, man. I mean, at that final circle, yes, but before that, that engagement that we just saw on that highlight replay as well, right? Crazy stuff out of him. Not just today, all throughout the competition thus far, he has been making so much of noise.
Maybe the secret could be his secret partner, like the 5th member of the team. I believe it's called Tinkerbell.
And even when On Fire was trying to get away, Peter outside the circle. Then look at this survivor. Look, and you know, Free Fire, it's a battle royale. It's all about survival, right? He gets into the final circle, gets into a high ground. So many players, 13 more alive and kicking around him, and he survives through all of that. 10 players get eliminated, and he's still standing. He still manages to take away 1 player from Loud, knocks down 2 as a matter of fact. I mean, he was doing so much. And even Dew went down. This was at Sonia reset.
Yep.
I mean, come on, man. Peter, he has to be the MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he got an extra elimination for his team, right? Like CGG, they got 13 eliminations. That's going to be a lot of points.
If Dew gets it, I swear.
He doesn't need it.
No, it's Peter. It's Peter, hands down.
We all agree it's Peter.
We will find out in a second. At some point.
I'm going to cry.
Look, so
I'm definitely going to cry.
Look, we're going to find out. But I do know we do have an interview lined up in just a second. So we're going to hear from our winners what they think about that booyah. But these booyahs are important, gentlemen, right? They're aiming for those points today. This is Point Rush. For anyone that's just tuned into the broadcast, what is happening today is that we have 2 days of Point Rush. Your results for each day will determine how many extra points you start off with in the grand final round. So it looks like the interview is just about ready. So we're going to head on over and see what our winners have to say for securing this booyah, because again, these booyahs are so important.
Just the second game into the Point Rush stage day 1, and the intensity is already high. I'm sure the viewer is feeling the heat right now, as well as in this arena is buzzing with energy. And how does the second winner feels? He here's to talk with me. Welcome, EXP Esport Dew, aka Monkey Dew. Hi. Although EXP Esport had the booyah in game 2, but your team didn't have so many eliminations. Do you think your team needs to do something else to make it better, and why?
ถึงเราจะได้บูย่าเกมที่2แต่ว่าอีลิมเราได้มาเยอะมากเท่าไหร่คิดว่าเราจะทำยังไงให้มันดีขึ้นกว่านี้คะ
เกมนี้โดนเซอร์ไพรส์ครับไม่น่าจะได้แชมป์แต่ว่าก็ได้ครับถือว่าเกินความคาดหมายครับ
We got the surprise in the beginning, right? Yeah, quite surprised. We didn't think that we gonna get booyah, right? But you did get booyah anyways. And what is your most favorite weapon combo and why?
อาวุธที่ชอบมาคอมโบกันค่ะ
AWM กับบาเลียนครับ
AWM and Barret. Why?
ทำไมคะ
เพราะว่า AW เม็ดหนึ่งแล้วก็บาเลียนเม็ดหนึ่งก็คือตายเลยครับ
Because it's like one shot, one elim. Oh, one shot, one elimination, right? And lastly, anything you'd like to say to your fans, making sure that they're rooting for you and you might be the new champion. Are you certain?
ฝากข้อความถึงแฟนๆหน่อยว่าแบบเราจะเป็นแชมป์แน่
พวกผมจะทำเต็มที่นะครับรอบนี้แต่ว่ารอบไฟนอลก็จะเอา1 ใน 3มาฝากครับ
Wow. I will do my best for the point rush, but I will bring top 3 for the grand finals. Wow, I like that. And I hope you get the next booyah and best of luck in the next round. Thank you so much, Teal and EXP Esports. We still have a lot to come in this point rush stage day 2 after the break. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
There you have it. That was Duke, currently our MVP leader, but we're still trying to figure out if this man is just about to get another MVP because at this point he's almost guaranteed that $10,000 MVP award. Like he would be so far ahead of the competition. The closest player is sitting at 3 MVPs.
He barely did much, so he should not get it.
Look, we've got it on the screen. We're going to see here who is going to be the elimination leader first, and then we will see our MVP. So for elimination leaders, we have Peter from C-Triple-G with 7 eliminations. I mean, with that play he made at the very end, 100% deserves it. Did a fantastic job carrying his team. But the MVP is coming up right now. Who is our MVP for the round? It is Dude.
All right. Just
flip table, walk away. I'm done.
You know what? Can we just have the MVP ceremony right now? Just hand him the cash, and then we continue the grand final.
Yeah.
No one is winning it.
No more crowning MVPs for me, man. My goodness.
He has won it. Like no one else is gonna overtake him. But at least one thing we can celebrate is that in only 2 rounds of this point rush stage, we have seen some really high caliber individual performance, right?
We have.
This is what a grand finals week does to you on the world stage. I'm seriously very impressed.
Yeah, it's making the players really overextend in terms of their personal capabilities, right? Like some of these players, you give them a high stress situation, you either make it or break it, and we're already starting to see the players that are breaking through their personal bests.
There's a lot of high scores being attained by these boys. But with that round, I mean, C-Triple-G, they got 22 points in total, despite EXP as getting the booyah. Again, the elimination counts isn't as high, so they sit in second. But RRQ Kazu, so consistent so far, right? 24 points in the first game and 17 points on the second.
This should keep RRQ on top of the leaderboard, if I'm not mistaken.
It should be.
Should be Peter the MVP.
Yes, AJ is protesting in silence.
I cannot move on, man. They even got the #1 on the overall leaderboard for this match.
Like, I completely understand that feeling. I still can't move on from that piece of beef I had yesterday.
It's okay. There. So,
but
my
that was a good
goodness.
feeling.
It was good.
Both of you just can't let go. Let's have a look at the overall standings to see where our teams are at for today, because everyone is playing for the overall standings. Again, just to remind our viewers, teams are playing for their overall placements, because your placement at the end of today will determine how many extra points you will get going into the grand final. And it's going to be the totals for today, and we're going to reset, do it again tomorrow, and then the points you get from today and tomorrow will be transferred to Sunday grand final play day. And RRQ will stay on top with 41 points for now.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't like break the entire grand finals, right? The stage of the grand finals. If you finish, regardless of where you finish, I think that again, like I mentioned, I feel like those points don't matter too much, right? It's easily surpassable. Like Bure round, they can do it in like half a round, so not a big problem.
Okay, hold on. I kind of want to talk about Bure round because I think there were a lot of expectations for our champion, but I guess we can talk about them a little bit later on. We're going to have a quick break before we jump into game number 3. Hello, survivors, and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. We've just wrapped up our first 2 games for today. We've got 4 more to go. My name is Danielle, and of course joining me is the wonderful, the Mustachio, AJ, and Husky. Gentlemen, we have had an explosive start to the day. We had a fantastic game 1. We had a little bit more of a cruisy game 2, but I think things are going to start picking up because we've got 2 very exciting maps coming up. We've got Alpine and then Kalahari.
Yes, we do.
I just wish that the bottom 2 teams, you know, Poco Stars and PE Sports, would stop trying to kill each other 30 seconds into the round. They've tried to do it. They've been trying to do it 2 times, you know.
But maybe it's intentional though. Maybe they're just trying to eliminate each other, get those points, and then hopefully survive for the rest of the round. But so far it's not worked, unfortunately. So
now we know there's like a hidden rivalry, right? I always thought it's between Thailand and Vietnam. Apparently Indonesia decided to pick a bone with them.
I mean, they're like, we're the only team that can have P in our team name. I mean, honestly do not know what is going on. But yes, Alpine is going to be our next map. And of course, we do have our own personal predictions for this. But Alpine, I mean, games on Purgatory, I have to say, did slow down significantly, right? We started very quick on Bermuda. We had a lot of early eliminations. Purgatory slowed down a little bit. Thoughts on Alpine? Do you think we're going to follow the same trajectory as Purgatory, or do you think we're going to speed things up a little bit and go for those more early game-oriented eliminations?
Really depends on the flight path. If it's skewed towards the right or left, north, south, whatever it is, you're going to find a little bit of early skirmishes. If it is smack dab in the middle, then probably we'll have a little bit of a quiet, in fact, the most quiet round thus far.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Ooh, interesting.
Man, this is what I've been waiting for at the start of the group stage, man. Man, the head-to-head, Gio and Casper. I believe this is Casper's first time on the world stage. I know he didn't play like last year, if memory serves, but regardless of that, right, you can see that so far, I mean, their stats are almost similar, but obviously Gio takes a more aggressive approach to a lot of these situations because, you know, for EXPS, they have Dude, they have Caramel, so these 2 get the job done.
I love these really close-up player shots because you get to see the players not only in their element, but you can also picture how they're feeling going into that next game. And of course, for me, I want to see all smiles. I want to see people concentrated, ready to go. And, you know, I mean, look at this. The players are happy. They're talking to each other. I think they're definitely just trying to strategize, like, what's the plan for this next game? Who's going to be hot dropping who? Because we've seen a lot of hot drops today. Absolutely insane. But we are going to circle down here onto Don't Cry from PE Sports. And he's got a quote here. The trophy is our goal, and we're determined we will get it.
Yeah, one of the few veterans from the Vietnamese scene. We talk about first-time debut, right? Like Abe, Crime MKS. When we look at BRU, Wasana also is his first debut on the world stage, right? And it just comes after a roster shuffle post FFSI. At that time, he was playing for Magic Esports, and they crushed it. They were crushing it in the regionals. And afterwards, BRU picks him up. You know, they kind of get rid of one of the members. They pick Wasana out on the world stage. They could lead him to the first championship trophy.
They
absolutely, yeah. Magic Squad, 4th last year, 4th currently on the overall leaderboard from the day. They have not been super explosive thus far, but we know there's still a lot of room for aggression as far as the Brazilians are concerned.
All right, so I guess since we are waiting for this next round, gentlemen, I want to talk a little bit about our predictions here, right? Because I don't think we showed it on the screen. I want to hear your predictions. Let's start from Husky. Who did you actually put down for your top 3 teams for Alpine?
Alpine, I put EXPS, I put Expand, I put C Triple G. I think I've for the longest time, I think Alpine has been the map where I'm most confident in Expand. And they, I think, are the most confident in themselves because it is their best map domestically and to a certain degree regionally.
Yes.
Recent results definitely did not show that. Like again, right, Bermuda Booyah was definitely out of pocket. But at least when you want to fall back to a map where Expand can get some extra pocket change, I think Alpine is the map.
Yep. And then AJ, who did you get for your 3 predictions?
I had Buriram, EXPS, as well as C Triple G. I would have loved to put Expand. Unfortunately, they haven't really showed up much on the world stage as far as Alpine is concerned. But if you look at the 3 other teams that I just mentioned, they have been the dominators and the most consistent. We're talking about an average of 17 points each from those 3 teams.
All right, so I put Buriram, Poco Stars, and Expand actually for my predictions. Although I think we all put our predictions before the tournament started.
Yeah.
So I wasn't expecting Poco to start this slow into the tournament, so hopefully they pick things up here on Alpine. Again, I think it was more or less the same sentiment with Husky with Expand, right? Like this is one of their better maps. And especially after their performance of Bermuda, I have some expectations for them to actually step up today. And then of course, Buriram. I'm waiting for Buriram to wake up because they're 10th place on that leaderboard right now.
Honestly, with how the first 2 games have gone, I would gladly throw my predictions out the window, right?
Yeah,
this,
definitely.
This has gone out to a very wild start.
I mean, if you look at Buriram and you ask them, what's the worst case scenario if you don't perform today? They say nothing. They say
the grand finals.
They say a quarter of a match. That is their worst case scenario. They'll make it up for. They'll make up the whole day's performance in a quarter of a match on the final day.
I think the question we also need, at least the thing we have to consider here, right, is how hard are some of these teams trying? Because I think some teams are putting their all into today's games because they're trying to get as many points going into the grand final, whereas maybe some other teams are using this as more of an experimental round, right? Some teams we're seeing play extra aggressive, for some it's working, for some it's not. We're seeing hot drops. But for now, though, we are actually seeing a little bit of a skirmish here with Drax and, unfortunately, WAG, who actually take him down immediately.
Wow, what a drive-by from WAG. Drax did not see that coming at all, but Dolphin, well, I thought he was going to get traded back, but thankfully saved at the very end. Still knocked down though, Kawan with the ambush, and that's already 2 for Lau, but no secure just yet. Wasana wants to steal a bit of that away. Kawan actually has his back shot away.
Wasana does manage to sneak that elimination away. Buriram Lozzy running straight into him. One more shot opportunity. Gets the Tatsuya burst. Sonia on the reset for 3 seconds. He runs away. And he confirms the elimination as well. Single-handedly, Wasana ripping apart the squad, but Darko will finally put him down on the ground.
A lot of damage dealt, honestly, to the side of Thorat. Lozzy and North both go down. Lost 21, picking up his second eliminations as Mexico brings back Drax. Magic Squad, on the other hand, still locked in combat with EXPS. Duel will be taken out instantly.
To answer your question from earlier, Danny, on how hard will these players be trying today, I think they'll be desperately trying to get all of those points because, like we discussed at the start of the show, right? The past 2 World Series, there has not been more than 3 points of a difference between that number 1 and that number 2 spot. And you are capable of earning an extra 16 today if you're extremely good on both days of Point Rush. So that could just be, that could make a world of difference. It could make the world of difference for even Magic Squad, as a matter of fact. Let me just pull up the numbers from Magic Squad over in Bangkok last year, right? Because they got a total of 96 points. If you add in a total of 16 to that score, how much does that give us?
They would be 3rd place. They would be 112 points.
Oh, quick math on this panel. Wow.
Yes.
They'll be 112, and they'll be 2 points away from second, right? From tying with Cade, who finished 114, and then you have Evo's Phoenix, who finished like 117.
If Cade got that, then that's GG immediately.
Yeah, but we have to remember as well, though, right? 16 is the absolute maximum you can get for these next 2 play days because you can only get 8 points maximum per day. So I think realistically, like what, we're looking at maybe 10 points for the team that performs the best for the next 2 days?
I wouldn't put it past. I think 12 is very doable.
12?
Yeah,
Sure.
12 is definitely
10 to 12.
doable.
I mean, we say if we add those points to last year's team, they could make a huge difference in the standing,
for
right?
sure.
But you have to also kind of think back that the reason that Kate was 3 points away from a trophy was because Magic Squad wiped out half of them before Evo's Phoenix showed up. So you also had that very unfortunate moment where the Brazilians, like Magic Squad was wiping out NGX. They were helping Kate until the very end.
Oh.
GOW running into RRQ Kazu of all teams.
M82B absolutely lethal in the hands of Dutz Wall. He's just hopping around behind his glue wall. Tags from the right-hand side as Legoloth brings Razor back into the equation. RRQ having a fantastic day, and God of Wolf just choosing not to stay and have this fight with them. They back away to its base camp.
Just going to sign a peace treaty here. I think if you're God of Wolf, especially with their opening performance, just play it safe, play it cool. Don't show yourself. But we did see previously on the elimination leaderboard, right? There are 3 teams that were sitting on a single player left. So no teams have been eliminated as of yet, but 3 teams have been crippled. So we'll have to see if they can actually manage to get those recoveries in and actually bring their players back, because we know some teams, they are on the brink of death, I suppose.
Lost
with
21.
day number 1.
a monster in the knockout stages. 71 total headshots.
I missed a headshot machine. The Riptide Rhythm actually sent out as well by Mexico. So, I mean, North was basically the Walking Dead at that point. That Riptide Rhythm just secures the elimination. Lao actually spreading out very far and wide across the map. GOW should be able to find this easy prey. It's just one man and one man alone. It's the Ghost.
Oh, circles around and Wally with a mini Uzi. Gets the knock and secure. And God of Wolf picks up a freebie off of WAG as they get away from RRQ. Moments ago, we did see them coming in for the pursuit, but I guess they did not give up just yet. They're still just beyond the border of the main map.
All right, so a bit of a slow one after a quick couple of eliminations, but we are still looking at all 12 teams, so everyone is still in the running to get that booyah, to take that first place away, and to climb up that leaderboard. Got Boots just taking this vehicle here, and I am keen to see where that circle is going to end up. We do have the first circle popping up, but it's still pretty close to the center, so not quite seeing the trajectory of where everyone is going to have to head in this round. Everyone playing the slow macro game. But we've got Kazu here with his score.
I thought someone else got that #1 for revives earlier. Wasn't it one more?
It could have changed.
Yes, it is one more. 24, I think, was the most revive. Unless they calculated like last round. That could be the difference.
Unless that was a typo.
Who knows? Who knows? Speaking of, though, we've got
Because from 24 to... Yeah, okay, the numbers don't add up. But never mind. It's okay.
It's all right.
Maybe it's just my math.
And we still have that center circle. So not going to be an edge circle here, ladies and gentlemen, but we are seeing... Oh, there's going to be the circle now towards the river mouth. So teams towards the northern section of that map was going to have to start to head down towards the southern side. And Loud is in a fantastic position to gatekeep these teams as they slowly make their way in. But I think the most likely encounter is going to be those two northern teams likely to run into each other.
Fire so low, and
he's
the
alone.
blue wall gets taken down by the vehicle, and Coscu shuts down Fires. That's the first team to get taken out of the equation. A little unfortunate. C-Triple-G smiling ear to ear for being able to get that done. But Thoret, on the other hand, they know Buriram are on point to engage with them, and they've got a boulder to make good use of. The flanks around the right and left-hand side, that's exactly what Thoret needs to look out for when they take on a team like Buriram. The scans need to be made. Either UAV or you want to pull out the Dinoculus. Now's the best time. A124. The timing should be perfect here.
This Lozzy trying to take damage from the right side, so this is a very tough position to play into. BRU slowly progressing downhill. Lozzy will try to eat up as much space as possible. They need some control of this area. Lozzy and North making progress, but North is getting pushed back by all the grenades from Moji. He is just lobbing utilities at Thorat as North will try to take some position on that boulder, trying to provide healing for his team with the medic gun, but unfortunately he's starting to get pushed as well. The nade bouncing off the boulder, that could have exploded in North's face. Unfortunately, Ikao's nade, they all go wide. Wasana finally progressing forward with the push. They both trade 1-for-1. Their cluster from North absolutely wide as Get High shows up to provide some backup for his team as well. As TR starting to go into the red zone, all of them having the Sonya pop, but no reset obtained. BRU looking for the absolute wipeout on the Thorat.
He called the final player. Bison in hand, shuts down Wasana, but in a 1v3 now. Can the guy get the clutch? Unfortunately, answer will be no as Buriram picks away at their 6th point. Unfortunately, Thorat just met one that was too rough to deal with, and Buriram will lead the lobby with the most number of eliminations.
Yep, so it's going to be a nice free entry into that next circle. Although if Loud stays where they are, they will have to deal with the Brazilians if they're going to try and find a safe way into that next circle. But great start here for Buriram. I know a lot of people was expecting this team to start the day with a bang. A little bit slow, but maybe Alpine is going to be their next map, at least to get that booyah. We still have Stop trying to find a revival point for his team because he has been alone for practically the entire game, and hopefully he should be able to get the pickups here. We've got C-Triple-G on the screen, just sitting on the edge of the circle, waiting to see if they can pick anyone off, and well, it could be Stop. He is still trying to revive his team.
He's more than enough time for sure. Like just in time for the revival
But
point.
the problem is he going to feed into C Triple G here?
Boy. He just needs a couple more seconds.
Can he survive?
The last lap, the last quarter stop knows that he just needs to be able to juke this out. Peter coming in with a drive-by. Oh, away from the revival point at the last tick. Oh man, what an unfortunate ending to him.
Oh well, can thank Peter for one more MVP moment for the guy. But he's probably not going to get it at the end.
They gotta win this round. They have to win this round.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, of all the ways to go, oh
Razor.
man, that is even more unfortunate. So if you get picked back up, you lose 3 minutes worth of cooldown on the Sonya. Though I think they would just dump him at this point.
Oh my gosh, look at that next circle. It's going to be very favorable here for Loud and even Magic Squad. Both Brazilian teams going to be very comfy sitting in this next circle, but everyone else is going to have to fight their way through. God of Wolf making their way, and RRQ actually going to be coming in as well.
Big fight for Expand now as Buriram circles around the very edge. Expand hasn't been spotted out just yet. Expand used their binoculars just moments ago and managed to scan absolutely no one. They back away. Jonah spots them first.
This is bad news. They're running downhill. Only Crime is in a safe spot. They have a couple of walls to work with.
Crime's also pretty far away from the team, so if a firefight happens...
Timing.
Yeah, BRU decides to not pursue that. They still will eventually run into the Expand because they are outside of the circle.
For now, I think they'll be able to find their way in.
Where do they go? They're just gonna skirt around the circle, so completely avoiding Expand for now. But there's a chance they go for the wraparound though, but they will run into C Triple G first.
That doesn't seem good for Team Buriram, who are currently holding on to a total of 9 points from 2 games.
Hold on.
And as anticipated, C Triple G. It's going to be a drive-by. Peter jumps out of his vehicle, trying to take down Wasana. Blows up Mochi. One more, flies straight into the battle. On fire now. Has got the Drogon in hand. Pops the first grenade. Gets the dagger to get high as well. That A124 has been used up already. Peter up on top from the roof. Gets the circle around it. Peter with another drop. Get eye super low. Peter goes in for the pursuit. Mini Uzi. Jonah down. On fire down as well. Coscu for the backup. Wasana back on his feet, but it's a no-go for Team Buriram.
Man, you are not robbing the MVP from this man. He is back with the vengeance. Again, Peter making the big plays, but this time with the help of his teammates, the call to dismount from his vehicle, start shooting at BRU, and then on fire, leading the charge. Absolute machine, the C Triple G.
Time now, Expand, battling against C Triple G outside the circle. 30 seconds to get this done. Catch this, my captain! What are you doing? Too fast and Cobra, both of them rushing on in. Crime, Axel too far away. They really want this battle.
Yeah, Cobra against Peter. Who's gonna win this out? Peter is literally on a hot streak right now. Cobra, you gotta think this through. But Expand, you're gonna commit to this. Coscu, that glue wall will not hold for long. Here comes the run. Oh, it's Peter again against Cobra. Cobra with the juke. Peter hides behind his blue wall, but Cobra needs the inhaler to get his health back. A knee from Crime MKS to fight 2 knocks onto C Triple G. As Expand now finally piles in. The Sonya doesn't get reset, and one more goes down. And it's Peter against the world. Peter on fire. Coscu somehow stands back up, and too fast, and Crime ends up going down. And Peter is working magic with some pixie dust on his shoulders. Coscu will receive some help, and Expand, they are falling apart.
If Peter gets to that final circle and he doesn't walk away the MVP, he does reset! He got the reset, but unfortunately Peter says hell to the no.
Dude, Peter is too good. This guy.
My God.
How is he not walking away with $10,000?
He should be, man. He really should. Esports don't cry this time round from afar. Gonna try to spray down the players of Loud once they take a battle against COW. Eating 2 meals at the same time, and how Ang will be able to sidestep the shots out of Don't Cry. And still manages to get a couple of shots in narrow, and UKP Esports will quickly dispose of GOW. But Loud now, inside of the circle, will be able to keep them as well.
Not much time to reset. Magic Squad also kind of sticking their finger into this. Don't Cry does get picked back up on fire. The timing! Very unfortunate as Bobs just finds him lying out in the open. We see Triple G that made magic plays off of Peter, but they are crippled. The numbers doesn't favor C Triple G. Come on! Shot through the glue wall, and Lost 21 instantly arrives to help pick him back up. Just a labyrinth of glue wall set up. The defenses will get melted down quickly by PE Sports.
PE Sports has waken up, only 1 point from the past 2 games. And now they are inside towards the final circle. 6 eliminations in hand. Peter is still alive and kicking. Somebody give the guy a break. He's working overtime for that bonus.
He is threatening loud as well.
Through the glue wall. M82B, don't cry. Glue wall melted. Double courtesy of Mexico. And don't cry finally down on the ground alongside Nero. Hao Ang surviving. Both teams, Magic as well as Lau, taking those spot shots against PE Sports. And I believe this is going to be the end for them. Peter finally spotted out as well. And Drax gets the knock. And that should be the end for the guy.
Again, the miracle work of C Triple G just can't actually pick himself back up. He actually has the self-revive, so he's back up on his feet. Does Loud know that though? He might be watching the corner. Again, losing Mexico means that you don't have the Skylar anymore, so your glue walls on the other team can stand up for longer. Peter about to move on forward, but finally drops. No more glue walls for him. C Triple G, I believe, finishing 3rd in this round.
And look at this, we've got Brazil versus Brazil, so we will be guaranteed a Brazil booyah here. But is it going to be Magic Squad? Will it be Loud? Loud is down to 3 players against 4, but are the numbers going to be enough for Magic Squad to take this booyah?
Both Brazilians, GU, super low on that HP, needs to use that inhaler. Max 7 in the hands of Bob 7, just a little bit cautious as to where he moves away before he knocks himself back up, but Butson gets sprayed down. Unfortunately, the blue helping him down as well. Lost 21, Orion from Drax survives the onslaught, backs away. Bob 7 barely tickled by his shots, and he goes down as well. And Magic Squad from 4th should be able to hop up into that #1 spot now.
Again, losing Mexico was a big blow to Lao. You lose the Skylar. That means all these blue walls from the side of Magic Squad get to stay up for as long as the fight goes on. I can't believe it. I mean, Magic Squad and Lao finally stepping it up in game number 3. What a final circle performance, right? The first 2 to make it into the circle, and the first 2 and the last 2 standing. And of course, Magic Squad coming out on top with a man advantage.
Yeah, that late game really favored Magic Squad as well, right? They had a relatively quiet end game because they weren't the ones that had to deal with all the pressure. It was actually Loud that had to deal with 2 teams.
You had to yo, Bob's camera pose. Oh, Yago is a team player for sure.
Definitely. So we got Magic Squad here getting the booyah. This is going to be pretty big for the team as well because it will shoot them up that leaderboard because, of course, we are only playing with a single day for points. And every single round is going to push you up or down the leaderboard just as quickly. But just a recap for this round, gentlemen. Do we have a player that we think has been a standout for the round? Personal standout, because we can't pick the MVPs.
I mean, well, clearly we can't. Clearly whoever was picking it has got a very unique way of doing it. C Triple G, Speeder, once again, highlight moves from this guy against Expand. He was the star player. Even outside the circle, nobody could touch this guy, right? I mean, he was getting all of the job done, but finally, as they try to move inside the circle, everybody kind of expired and left Peter all alone.
I mean, Peter is, I don't know, like...
he's a different breed.
That's 2 MVP raw from him. You know he's not going to get this MVP.
Yeah, he's definitely.
And he should be getting this MVP.
He should have gotten the previous one. This one, I don't know. It was
this one is a bit close.
Yeah, one good play, but the team didn't really.
One good play?
No. In this particular map,
he made 2 good plays.
Okay, fine. One fantastic, one good one.
Sure,
right.
I think that's a great description. All right, so that's going to be our 3rd map of the day, which also means we have reached the halfway point of the competition. We still have 3 more maps to go. Sorry, 3 more games to go, 2 more maps, plus the random map, which, of course, we don't know what that final map is going to be. But the points are starting to add up for these teams, and I think we are starting to find solid leaders when it comes to the first play day of points. Because remember, again, to all of our new viewers, today is Point Rush Day. The result for today will determine how many points you get going into Grand Finals, which is on Sunday.
Yep.
So you got to make sure you get those points in. Some teams are going to care about this. I think other teams are going to be like, it doesn't matter so much because the most you can get in one day is 8 points. Maximum for both days is 16, but what are the chances of a team getting both days? I think with how everything is going, it's pretty low, but looks like the interview is just about ready. So we are going to be seeing what our winners have to say after getting their booyah. It's Magic Squad.
We're now in halfway throughout the point rush stage here, and no team show any intention of giving in. But this team came out on top. Give it up for Magic Squad. Hello, hi. In the last combat of Game 3, Magic Squad won a lot of teams to get the Booyah. How did your team do that, and can you explain how?
Parabéns pelo Buia. Na última safe, a Magic derrubou muitos times para conseguir vencer o round. Como vocês fizeram isso? Qual foi a estratégia?
Então, basicamente a gente ficou só de boa, esperando os outros trocar. Pegamos umas kills ali, aproveitamos. O Balpão não tem o que falar, coordenou muito bem. E é só isso, só ficamos de boa e matamos todo mundo.
Basically, we had a good position, so we wait for the other teams, waiting for the call of our Captain Bops. So we stayed there, got some kills, and killed everybody in the end.
Like their plan, right? Like what they planned. And what is your favorite character combo and why?
Qual é a sua combinação de personagem favorita e por quê?
Minha combinação favorita de personagem é o Rafael e o Maro. O Rafael e a Moco, no caso, né? E porque o Amoco marca todo mundo que eu atiro, Rafael deixa a arma com o silenciador e o Maro é que dá dano, tipo, nos caras, dá mais dano nos caras.
Basically, it's Rafael, Moco and Maro, because with this combo, my shots don't make noise. I get more damage from shooting them, and I also target my opponents when I found them.
And that's how they won, guys. That's how he won. And lastly, what is your team target in the point rush stage day 1?
Qual é o objetivo da Magic nesse primeiro dia de Point Rush?
Então, nosso objetivo é pegar o top 1, pegar pontos bônus para a final e para ir com uma vantagem a mais, né? Sempre bom pro grande dia.
Our goal is to be the best team of the day, get the most points as we can to have a good advantage in the final day.
Right, and best of luck with that. Good luck and thank you. Congratulations once again. Back to you, Shoutcaster.
Well, I think the expectations have been set there for Magic Squad.
Yep.
Be the best that you can. And I mean, you don't blame them, right? Like, this is the goal for everyone competing today. Be the best team today. Get those 8 points, because, again, those 8 points could determine whether you are the champion or not the champion.
Honestly, I think like it hits home so much more on a personal level for Magic Squad players, right? At least for some of them. Like, they were literally on the stage last year watching it all unfold. And I think when you look back at the replays from last year, you realize that, man, we really, really took away the chances of our own region. So I mean, even when you look back at the trailer of the knockout, the finals, it does have a personal touch to it. Yago 7 eliminations in this round, is a perfect performance from the sniper.
Another loud performance coming through from the squad from Brazil. Managing to sneak in 3 players on the overall leaderboard with the eliminations. And Yago walks away with a total of 7 for himself, and one of the only few that uses the Skylar out there on the battlefield, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so why are we not seeing Skylar? I think that's the big question, because we have actually seen Skylar be very important in some of these situations.
Yeah, I think Tatsuya changed it a little bit, right? Because back then, Skylar is so good because there's no reliable way to get in the face of snipers unless you outgun them or you have utilities to flush them out, and Skylar provides so much destructive ability towards your glue wall. But now, Tatsuya is good, you run straight into the sniper rifle and you force him into the close range fight.
So, I'm going to ask this question to AJ. Do you think it's maybe a case of ease of execution, like Tatsuya, much easier to execute than a Skylar, or is this more of just a personal playstyle preference?
It really depends on what sort of position and what sort of gun you're holding on to. Usually you want to be the sniper if you pick up that Skylar, because single-handedly you can take down the defenses of your opponents and take them out from a long range as well.
Yeah, and only the Brazilian team uses the Skylar, right? MIBR, Loud, and Magic Squad. No one else uses it, and I think it's a personal preference in the region of Brazil.
Yeah.
And it actually works out pretty well, right? We've seen many times where Yago and Mexico's Riptide Rhythm actually changed the ties of a game.
Yeah, maybe some of the other teams are actually going to use Skylar. But then again, we are still not seeing anyone outside of Brazil. But we're going to leave that because we have the overall standings on the screen right now. And RRQ are going to remain in first place with 51 points. But Magic Squad squeezed their way into second place. So they are very, very close from snatching that first place away from RRQ.
Man.
MVP leaders, I mean, look at the gap.
Peter could have had 4 MVPs, all right?
I thought we had someone with 3 MVPs.
Apparently we don't. We don't, like,
I'm pretty sure we had someone with 3 MVPs.
Doesn't matter at this point.
Apparently, I forgot.
there's a more pressing issue, right? There's a more
Yes.
pressing issue, and that's PocoStar. They only
Poco
have
Stars.
1 point.
I mean,
1 point, and we've had 3 games, ladies and gentlemen.
Alright.
3 games.
Don't look at me. Like, I don't know what's the problem.
Okay, hang on. Maybe the problem is the map. Because one thing that we do know is that Indonesia is really good at Kalahari, and that is the next map that is coming right up. So maybe Poco Stars will pick things up on Kalahari.
maybe it's a good word to use, right? Because we expected them to perform in a couple of maps already. And I mean, we didn't expect top 3, we didn't expect Booyahs, but we expected, you know, decent enough placements. But unfortunately, they have been kind of flunking out on their tests for the first day of Point Rush. But not all's bad, right? They lose out on the possibility of walking away with 8 points. I mean, what's the worst case scenario? Come in here on the day of the grand finals and go all out.
And you can also still salvage some points. You can still salvage some points tomorrow, right?
Yeah, because it resets.
It's not all like lost, but it definitely feels pretty bad when you've only gotten like 1 point.
I mean, you've got 3 more games, man. You could probably finish at the middle of the pack, walk away with 4 points maybe. So it's still possible for Poco.
Yeah,
Very
but
doable.
if things don't change, they're going to walk away with no points today. So they're going to have to start from square one tomorrow, but that's fine because everyone restarts at square one. But we have to see if Kalahari is going to be that big difference maker, because I think we had a lot of unexpected performances by teams that were underdogs throughout the entirety of the group stage for the past 2 weeks. So maybe we could see another team just really shine on Kalahari, because again, Kalahari is also one of those very uniquely designed maps. You don't really have any other maps that play similar to Kalahari, and we've already seen the Indonesians really dominate that map. But I'm kind of wondering, like, have the other regions kept something in their back pocket for Point Rush Day?
I think it's fair to say that week 1, you can see Indonesia, the Indonesian teams dominate Kalahari. Week 2, it got a bit closer, right? Teams are starting to learn. You don't see like RRQ running over people at Refinery. Of course, EXPS also have gotten Booyahs on Kalahari before. And Caramel bring up a very good point. If you want to win fights, just bring bombs. It's a very good utility.
Who runs the Steffi again?
Caramel.
See, that guy is just setting people up for failure. If you want to win fights, bring all your bombs. I've got a Steffi. He's tricking all of them.
Steffi used to be a big thing, right? Steffi used to be like a must-have. Steffi and Skylar, which is they break your glue walls and your grenades do nothing. So I'm glad that...
I mean, what's up with him trying to trip other people up? Like, here's a pro tip. Bring grenades because they don't work on this.
I mean, most battles are won before the battle even start, right? You gotta win the mental warfare.
Exactly. You've got to win the mental... I mean, Husky basically said it. But here are our predictions. Okay, this...
But you also had RQ. I mean, we all have
That's why I said woo RRQ.
This shouldn't be surprising for anyone that followed the league stage, right? Like, RRQ are arguably... I mean, I don't think we can argue, right? They're the kings of Kalahari at this point. They have a proven track record on this map. No. Actually, did I rhyme? I didn't notice.
No, there's a rhyme?
It's kinda. It sounds... You're the rap master, you tell me.
No, I didn't hear that. I didn't catch
Actually,
that.
I don't think either of us paid attention. So it was just AJ. Alright, we're going to take a look at the player cams. But I mean, RRQ, they do have a proven track record.
Yeah.
They have performed consistently on Kalahari. I think it's to be expected that we should have some kind of expectation for this team. But let's label a couple of other teams that have shown a little bit of promise on Kalahari. And I feel like one of them, if I'm not mistaken, was actually Loud. Loud does reasonably okay on Kalahari. They've had some really great performances, but also some really flat performances. It sort of depends on whether they get into a good position.
It depends on your definition of reasonably, because they are third from the bottom on overall points and average points. So...
Today?
No.
Overall.
Kalahari. Okay.
So
Well, I guess I
it's
remember
an
one really
unfortunate
good.
map for them, but maybe, hey, who knows? Maybe they'll just put some sugar in your mouth because they might just be top 3.
Please make them eat their words.
Yeah.
Please, Loud, please.
Because it's definitely not today, because today, so far...
No, hey, wait, what do you mean eat our words? We're just talking about stats, you know? Like, it's just numbers. We don't make it up.
To be fair to Lao, they are currently 4th place in the standings.
Yeah,
So, you know, Magic Squad was 2nd, right? So the Brazilian teams aren't doing too bad, considering that they are the remaining representatives, because MIBR didn't make it. But there is an outlier that I believe was in your prediction, Danny, and that's Thoran. And I want to hear about Thoran.
Well, I said before, the Indonesian teams are just ridiculously good on this map. Like, it seems like the teams are well practiced, because remember, right, for a while, Kalahari wasn't in the competitive map pool. It was removed.
A full year, actually. Almost a full year.
So to me...
You asking Danny to justify Thorat is like you asking her to justify 3 selections of hot shots.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I thought
there is no justification, Mr. Husky.
I thought we were past that. It's because Hotshot didn't get past. Apparently, I was wrong.
All right, we're flying into Kalahari, and we'll see what the flight path is going to be.
Very decent.
It is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
And if, assuming RRQ can go through their exact same drop point, it should be Refinery. But I have a feeling they're going to actually move away from it because it would be a little bit too predictable if they just continue to drop in the center of the map.
You would be contesting with Loud if you go Refinery directly. So yeah, you call it, Danny. Loud will take Refinery. They will take priority there. And RRQ, they will go to Shrines. That's a hot drop. It's
With
RRQ and GOW.
RRQ and GOW. This looks like it's going to be a party.
It's not just that though, yeah.
Is stuck in another party with C-Triple-G.
Ooh, so both
Everybody else have very decent drops. Except for that one guy of PE Sports who was a little lost.
Ooh, Razor's down already.
Yeah, humiliating knockdown, just getting punched in the gut. Abe, whoa.
No, Torrent, no.
Revenge
Hold
just
on.
is down. Okay, Legolas also low. What is this? GOW making quick work of
He got the reset!
Trying to
He
save
got
it.
the reset!
Legolas is down, but again, the wonder child of RRQ here to save the day.
What a reset on the Sonya. Isa got out as well. Torrent almost got ripped apart off screen.
So scared.
But GOW, they are trying to reset their positions here, and it looks like Huang has got no medkit. Yeah, he just managed to stop himself right back up and buy the rest of his team members back into the high tier loot zone. So this is an advantage now for GOW.
Yeah, and Dian is guarding that vending machine with his life. Abe here to take over it.
Oh,
this pops the
nice
glue wall.
buy.
Should be able to get the buy. Razor comes back, and Dian gets knocked down. Timing could not have been perfect from Abe. And this should give him enough gold, enough money to revive his teammate, Abe! With another one, do not challenge this man. Is John Wick in the flesh.
He gets the revival, shuts down 2 players, spots out the third one that's behind as well. My goodness, what a play by Abe. The youngest player on the squad, and they said it. They're going to go all the way with him on the team. PokerStars, on the other hand, C-Triple-G, they managed to find yet another. And this time it looks like PokerStars are going to take this one all the way. At least it's a good start on Kalahari.
RRQ reunited on the battlefield with Peter again, the last man standing. A revival point and a vending machine near him.
It looks like both C-Triple-G and Thorad actually lost 3 players apiece, so it seems like it was a pretty fierce battle where they were.
Peter's in a lot of trouble because he just got scanned out by the Dinoculus.
I think he actually scanned.
Hold on,
with the
Legolas.
Dinoculus.
No,
Legolas
he
is alone.
got scanned. There was only one on the screen.
Legolas.
Yeah.
Bison taking care of him, stop doing the work. But RQ didn't get any room to breathe. Caramel handling his own fight with Deuce. Steffi used already. And Deuce is just playing ring around the Rosie. Running out of ammunition. The gas is depleting. Caramel barely taking any damage. Just a scratch on the shoulder wins that one.
RQ actually might drop really early in this round, so that would actually potentially make them lose their first place on that leaderboard.
Dude.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Abe.
Oh, Abe.
This man.
Time out. Oh, what a good glue wall. Timed perfectly. Bounces the nade right back to do. But Abe, really low on that HP though. A124 activated by Casper, and they push on through the double glue wall. Stop takes down yet another, and Abe gets sprayed down with the Mag 10 Caramel, courtesy of that. Abe does get the reset and a knock, but nothing's gonna come out of that.
Literally the definition of that. Even if you go down kneeling. Don't ever lie flat on the floor. Abe, just heroics after heroics. WAG against PEs for these 2 Vietnamese teams have been going at each other's throat the entire day.
It looks like Peter managed to buy back 1 player as a short little insurance before he brings back the rest of his team members. PE Sports, don't cry, really low on that HP. How Ang spots out the Ghost. Good glue wall to block that out. Ghost just waiting for that perfect timing to back away. Uses the grappling hook and a sliver of health left, and he survives the onslaught. How Ang just tagging up 2 players, but not really walking away with much. Oh, what a shot! But beautiful follow-up.
Great, lovely stuff from Hong Ang. Also able to hold on to this tower as Cyrus gets back up, goes down again. Nero make sure that he doesn't
Ghost
ever
day.
get back up. No, does get brought back though. TR still hanging on in this game, and the Ghost just have the grappling hook, decides against it. Needs a better angle. Why is he going for a chase duel now? Sees Dian as the first, second one connects.
more!
3 in a row. And an ability from Dian actually, actually knocked out by an ability. So EXPS claiming that one.
I mean, the M82B in the hands of Dew just wrecking everybody. Glue walls mean absolutely nothing against EXPS as long as Dew is alive and kicking. GOW has got Izagod dragging away the whole squad of EXPS away from that final surviving team member. Izagod, one final one down, and Caramel this time round. I believe this should be the final shot, and Izagod just go down.
Really rough game for God of Wolf. Like literally from the get-go, they have just been under fire non-stop, unable to find a moment to breathe. But it's going to come down to Volley. If Volley can actually get the team revive off, that would be a great reset for God of Wolf, but they will have to go back to playing that macro game.
C-Triple-G against Magic Squad. Peter against GU. 2 headliners of the team. GU taking damage. Get the Sonya pop. GU blocks himself out. And Peter will end up going down. No reset this time. The heroics have been put to a stop. The aggression of C-Triple-G halted by Magic Squad. There's 2 of C-Triple-G members going down. I believe Koski was the last man alive, but he's not in this fight. He is out.
Smart play by Koski, and Peter didn't really have a lot of loot on him since he was the first player to get eliminated and then revived. And now it's all up to Koski to find that revival point and bring his squad back into the equation. In the meantime, Magic Squad looking for the edge of the circle at Stone Ridge. And GOW hits a full squad revival.
Man, and considering the rough start that they had, this is definitely a good salvation for GOW. But it's back to square one, right? You are almost 7 minutes in, then 3 of their members have absolutely nothing to work with.
Speaking of having nothing to work with, it's going to be C-Triple-G. That's our first team eliminated as well. So very big contender out of the running to get that booyah this round. But oh, dudes, Dew is ready for him. He is so ready to just pop his head.
Yeah,
But didn't go for it though. Pretty interesting move there from Dew, like not actually committing the shot.
Yeah, didn't find the angle, I believe. The glue wall is going to make his job a bit harder. So he's going to reconvene with the rest of the team. This is GOW, the whole squad revive. I believe Volley is the only one with a weapon to work with, and that's only a Bison Caramel. He's just gonna fight through the Sonya. This man
can't finish.
An absolute beast. He's like, you got a Sonya, let me fight you through it. And a bullet through his skull as a message. Send it to the rest of GOW.
I mean, the message is give Dew MVP. That's the message.
Oh, he is more than enough. I believe the message is stop giving Dew MVP.
Oh my, PE Sports losing 3 players all at the same time. And WAG off to a fantastic aggressive start against them.
But it's fine. The whole team gets brought back, so just eliminations to WAG apparently. Not a major loss.
7 points already. WAG having a better round for sure. Can't say the same for Poco Stars though. Fires, he is finally healing up. His brother's trying to defend him. Raz, Lee, they're all on one side. 18 deal as well. And Fires and he's running out of space to work with. And Poco Stars gotta do something. Fires, he's gonna kind of descend onto ground floor and break his ankles in the process. Raz also gets dropped. Poco Stars didn't stand a chance.
Poco Stars unfortunately pushed off of a very high ledge here by EXPS. And now they take over the high ground advantage. Poco Stars, no point of comeback here. 18 is still hopping on in. I don't know for what.
This should be his downfall. You have to at least get this trade back. 18 deer.
So
can't even get the reset. No clutch this time. Poco Stars is absolutely collapsing.
But they buy them all back?
A full squad revival
How
by
many full squad revives have we seen this game? I think we've seen, what, 3 or 4?
True. GOW.
That's the second one I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's the second one.
But I might have missed a couple. I don't know.
I've seen a lot.
I think RQ also had a full squad revive, right? Because they had a rough start.
They did.
Oh, might go down again. He has 0. He has nothing to work with. Like, I mean, Torre also had a full squad revive. So that's 4.
Iago with, my goodness, the #1 on the achievements board for the total glue walls destroyed. 172. And you can thank his Skylar for that.
Exactly right. I was about to bring out the same point. Like the glue wall destroyer are probably players with the Skylar.
And the glue wall melters, but yeah, the Skylar for sure, yeah.
One Skylar Riptide Rhythm beats all glue wall melters.
Oh, that's for sure.
All right.
Which is crazy, right? When you beat a passive ability, that's how you know it's pretty strong.
Look at this dead center circle, gentlemen. Dead center so far. So teams sitting on Refinery are going to be pretty happy with themselves. But everyone on the edge, got to be very careful moving in because that high ground vision in the center is going to be quite deadly. We've got a vending machine here. A volley. But he's got nothing though.
Yeah, he's gatekeeping the vending machine. He knows that PE Sports wants it, and it looks like PE Sports not going to get it just yet.
How is Loud getting all of these circle predictions on point today?
Sometimes you just have those days. You know, there's no science behind it.
It's a Loud day.
There's a little bit of science behind reading a circle, but you are never 100% accurate. I think Loud just
right place, right time.
Right place, right time. You know, a little bit of luck, a little bit of foresight.
Don't cry in the wrong place, wrong time.
He's gone.
I mean, it would be a miracle if he survives this one, but I think he's just going to be wasting time for EXPS.
He has
Gets tagged up.
I mean,
and finally put down.
He has PE, but not TER. I mean, I say that Peter is already out, so.
We still have 10 teams alive in the round.
Sometimes, Husky, your jokes.
I mean, it went over Danny's head. It's fine.
It actually did.
So we'll leave it that way.
A lot of jokes go over Danny's head.
Yes.
She just lets it slide.
We'll keep it that way.
Yes. Smooth brain.
Yes, smooth brain.
Only some people would know.
Oh, goodness. I told my fiance to use that meme and she's like, no, I would never do that to our babies.
Smooth brain. Probably the most direct statement we had so far from a player. I'm pretty sure they're ready. Doesn't seem like it so far.
Yeah, I'm not sure about God of War. I don't know if you're going to be ready standing here.
Wally, what are you doing?
Man took 475 damage to the head. Oh, fire just... he's going down as well. Oh boy, I mean, Pogos are not having a game at all. Not having a day at all, in fact.
With multiple revivals and down they go again. Does anybody survive this onslaught this time round?
Nope.
It looks like one guy's managed to get away already.
You know what they say, the past always catches up to you, and PogoStar just could not outrun GOW. Track down their scent.
Double kill.
One more guy, where in the world is he though?
I think that's a good question to ask. If you don't know where they are, that means you're not eliminated from the competition yet though, AJ. But in the meantime though, WAG putting in quite a lot of work here to try and gatekeep Magic Squad. Oh my gosh!
I'm a survivor!
Oh goodness, what a circle for the team.
What's everybody doing? I love this one. GOW, everybody flying in, and Torret just taking pot shots against them. Kwang low on that HP, and North can't find the final few connections with the VSS. He'll just have to settle for a couple of tags, but now the circle gonna be moving in 3 seconds. Torret needs to get out of here.
Yeah, Abe actually finds a long time stop off screen. And of course, Torret taking 3 shots. No confirmed knocks just yet though. EXPS against RRQ.
RRQ is a little injured here as well, Husky. They're not running on full capacity, and Legoloth goes down.
Ice Grenade doing enough
for
EXPS to find the pickoff, and Magic Squad.
Is there a flank happening? We see one player on Loud actually trying to come up from the back.
Oh, Abe just getting straight to Oblivion. Magic Squad.
Yeah, Magic Squad's gone, man.
WAG doing them a number. Caramel finding ambush. Oh, what is that? Deuce finds the knock somehow on the stop. No secure just yet. Legoloth, the captain against Caramel. It's Caramel who wins. Legoloth unfortunately just missing the crucial shots at the end. Deuce trying to keep himself back up. Caramel, Deuce outlasting the damage.
Let's well be able to outlast this. Caramel picks himself right back up. That's trying to shut him down, but the glue wall barrage right in front of him protects him for the time being. That's going to wait this one out. Let's see who can out-heal each other. A1 to 4 on the pop, and Caramel! Ice Grenade, Punisher by Dutch. That's just big brain plays out of him. But is he going to be able to tank the circle? This is the 4th circle. And it's going to hurt once it moves on to the 5th.
Oh man, Casper took a bit too long. And Kawa just takes advantage of that. Mexico finding Casper again as he stands back up. And you're really in the weeds, trying to find some cover as the glue wall is no longer a safe safe barrier for him.
You've got 10 seconds to go. If you're Loud, you have to capitalize on this high ground because in a moment they have to move. And because they're so high up as well, there's going to be a moment where they drop down. They will be animation locked.
This could be Expand's round as Cobra finds Ika. Wasana out to too fast, but no trade out just yet. Cobra still manages to survive, and the grenade out of nowhere. They have to be able to protect themselves a little bit better here, and one player taken away from Expand.
Man, Jonah is so accurate. 2 in a row. The third one towards a completely different direction as BRU switches their attention over to Loud and Poco Star. Expand barely hugging on the edge of the circle.
Jonah!
Yes, the Trogon can't find Jonah in time. Oh, the last thing doesn't connect, but they're going to go for the rush. Expand really wants this. The Cobra the first to drop. The animation lost. Going to put Crime on the ground as well. They're running out of time. Jonah taking advantage of that, and Wasana will also chip in with one. Expand. Oof. A fatal mistake at the very end. Might have just done them in.
I believe the captain is still alive and kicking. We need to spot him out in a little bit. He's still up on top.
He's still
fast.
There.
Surviving, and he should be able to stand at the very edge of this platform as that circle closes in. The rest of the teams, though, a total of 4 of them going up against each other. Buriram still alive and kicking those grenades, meeting them halfway. Loud on their right-hand side as well. They deal with the clusters out of WAG, and WAG has just been grenading everybody non-stop from earlier on. Magic Squad had to face their onslaught, and this time they do manage to get the knock-on to get high as well. But Loud, Drax steals the elimination away, and WAG just chucking all of those nades at everybody out there, regardless of who they find.
What a big round so far. BRU is already out and WAG still standing tall. The Ghost against Dew. The MVP leader trying to keep his team in the game. 11 eliminations already, but Lau is going to lose Drags and lost 21. Trying his darnest to win these close quarter combat, but the Blues will help him out. Too fast now. He's going to strike, taking out lost 21 instead. But too fast, he's going to start running out of time. Krillin, he's going to get knocked down. That grenade launcher out of commission, and Dew doing the D. The Ghost trying to save him. Blue Wall erected. Dew trying to go for the penetration shot. Critical goes out again. The Ghost trying to fight it. Oh! 2 in a row. Can he get the reset on the Sonya? It seems like it's not possible. Too Fast is still alive, but he finally gets knocked down and cleaned up his WAG against Lau, and Lau this time will bring Brazil to the second booyah of the day.
What a booyah from Loud.
Gentlemen,
and
are
Brazil,
you ready to eat your words?
Me?
No.
You doubted Loud.
See, once again, we don't have to eat our words because we read data out to you.
And I had faith, even though they were not in my predictions.
You had
okay, right, so I have
pixie dust.
I had Lau and EXPS and RRQ, alright? So Lau is on my list. Lau is on my list. EXPS also made it very far. Only RRQ fell short, and even RRQ had a pretty amazing round given their circumstance.
It was a pretty tough round for RRQ.
So I'm safe. I got the right teams.
Husky believed from the very beginning.
Hey man, it's my boys from Brazil. This is their year. I believe that this is their year. It's redemption for them.
I think it would be an amazing year for the region, right? Because they are essentially racing against Thailand to take away the crown. Because Thailand have hogged it.
Thailand has. Indonesia is hot on their heels to grab it this time round as well. I mean, you really can't take it away from teams like RRQ, who can definitely show up strong on the final day, right? So at the end of the day, the point rush, even if you do the best on both days, you're going to take away 16 points. Once again, that can be outdone within one matchup if you have just one tremendous run, and you really can't put it past any one of these 12 teams from getting that. Okay, maybe some of them, but most of them you can't put it past them.
Well, I mean, we've had a couple of teams where we sort of doubted and then they did sort of sprout some wings and fly. So again, comes down to the circumstances. If the team, right place, right time, everything lines up, it can be everybody's game. But yeah, there are a lot of teams here that are much more consistent where you can trust them to perform or at least be able to have that stable performance. So, I mean, it's a great day for Brazil because their two teams have really started to kick it up a notch, right? I think Magic Squad is in second place at the beginning of this round. Loud was, what, fourth? So both of Brazil's representatives just doing really well today. But the question is, how far up is Loud going to climb? And also, how far up is Magic Squad going to climb?
You can kind of pose the same question to WAG, right? They had a monstrous round, right? They didn't get the booyah, sure. But they finished second with 16 eliminations, 16 or 17, which is in of itself a booyah a quarter of a booyah and some extra 5 points.
And that's the case in point, right? Even if a team like WAG makes it into, they are definitely going to make it into day 3, and they do this on that final day, they immediately outdo whoever who can walk away with the maximum number of points from Point Rush.
Exactly.
Just through eliminations.
Yeah. So I do believe we have our interview ready. So let's hear what Loud have to say after claiming victory.
After a thrilling Game 4, we are now ready to chat with the winner about the twists and turns that kept us on the edge of our seat. Welcome, Lau! Congratulations!
Yeah.
Although your role is a supporter, you still had a lot of eliminations in Game 4. What is your secret?
Parabéns pelo Buia. Mesmo sendo suporte, você teve muitas eliminações nesse game. Qual que é o seu segredo?
Ah, rapaziada, eu acho que, tipo assim... Obrigado, né, pelo Buia, obrigado por agradecer. E, tipo, a gente marca muitas costas. Então, eu tava marcando as costas, tava de Alp, então tava pegando muito kill solo, paraquedas. Aí, nós foi rushar, eu tava de bisão, uma arma de rush e de suporte. Então, os caras começaram a rushar na gente, tava de bisão e pra longe era Alp. Então, acho que eu consegui pegar muitos abates por causa disso.
Thank you for the congratulations. We always target for the back of the teams, so usually I'm using Alp, so it's easier to get one or another kill. And when I rush, I use the Bisão, that it's another weapon that it's used for support and for rush. So this is the strategy we use usually to get kills being a support.
Right, and won the first booyah of the day for Lau, right? What is your team target in the Point Rush stage today?
Qual que é o objetivo da Loud nessa fase de Point Rush?
Ah, o objetivo é a gente terminar bem, né, mano? Tipo assim, levar uns pontos bônus pra final é muito bom. Acho que é isso só, não tenho muito o que falar, é só isso.
Not so many secrets in this one. Our goal is to have as much points as we can to the final and get this advantage.
Right, and in this 12 team that qualify, can you name top 3 the weakest team in this qualifier round?
Nessa fase de Point Rush, você pode nomear os 3 times mais fracos que estão disputando?
Ah, rapaziada, eu acho que, tipo assim, acho que não tem nenhum time muito fraco. O time que deve estar top 12, top 11 deve estar jogando um dia mal, mas todos os times são bons. Porque estão na final, né, mano? Então, todos os times são bons e se tiverem o último, deve estar num dia mal, só isso.
In this stage of the game, I don't believe we have weak teams. Even the 2 last ones are good teams that are only having a bad day, so they can change it.
Right, so nice of you, very good, and best of luck in the next round. So back to you, Shoutcaster.
Salve, salve, rapaziada. Como sempre, o mexicano tá por aqui. Um beijo pra vocês, amo vocês e go loud. E um beijo pra minha mãe aí, ó. Te amo, mãe.
Oh man, I wanted to know what they said at the end, but I'm pretty sure it's for the fans.
For the fans,
It's like, it's Loud, guys. Maybe I'll do a rough translation. Hey guys, we're Loud. We're gonna take the crown. Just give us 2 days.
It's coming home to Brazil. It's coming home to Brazil very
Yes,
soon. I mean, we have Brazil co-streamers, right? Like they're also watching the broadcast. I'm pretty sure like the last 2 rounds, they were absolutely lit on their own stream, for
Yeah,
sure.
exactly.
Magic Squad got a booyah. Lau now gets a booyah. It's a good day.
Let's take a look at our elimination leader for the round and also see who gets the MVP for the round as well. Very likely to be from Loud, but for the elimination leader, we have Krillin from WAG taking home 8 eliminations from that round.
Yeah, not surprised here at all for WAG taking away the top spot here, but unfortunately, because of the way the MVPs are selected, it will not be from WAG. Loud Mexico walks away with it, and he walks in with the Skylar as well. 6 eliminations, and the AWM his weapon of choice this time round.
I mean, this one I'm fine with it, right? Mexico also had a hot round.
Yes.
If you want to identify who is the sniper on the Brazilian team, just find a guy that uses Skylar. And also, I believe Loud is the only team from the region that uses the Orion in their composition. Like they have not changed it at all. Drax on the Orion. We've seen some coin flip moments. Sometimes it works. Sometimes he buys time for the inevitable. And sometimes it leads to these scenarios where he's using the Orion to buy time, so he's not actively pumping out damage. Look at that, 572 damage in a round where they had to fight until the end.
Just turn yourself into a walking target, you know. Everyone sees you. Try and finish that man off. But here's the standings for the round, though. Loud, they secured not only the booyah, but also first place with a load of points. And we're just going to quickly skip through this because we want to see what the overall standings are looking like. To see if RRQ has lost first place, which is very likely the case here, but who is going to be the new kings on this throne?
Could be loud.
And it's
there it
going to
is.
be loud. And they're tied with RRQ, 62 points apiece.
But they win out the Booyah, right? They have, we look at tiebreakers, Loud definitely leads by 1 Booyah, which is okay for RRQ, right? This is still very, very tight. You got 2 more rounds to go.
Yep. And also EXPS going to be sticking their nose into someone's business. 3rd place. Magic Squad pushed down to 4th. So a little bit sad for them, but I mean, they're going to be able to bring it back. They're only, 1 point away.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to that next round because we finished 4 games, gentlemen. We're going to have a quick break, give the players a bit of time to sort of think what they want to do for Next Terra, because Next Terra is our next map, and following Next Terra, it's going to be the random map. And I know some people are going to be praying, please be Bermuda, please be Kalahari. We don't know what they want, but until then, we will have a quick break. So we'll see you all in 5 minutes. See ya. Hello survivors and welcome back to the Free Fire World Series 2023. We've wrapped up 4 games, we've got 2 more to go and we're almost reaching the end of our first day of Point Rush. My name is Danalee and of course joining me is the wonderful, the mustachio AJ and Husky. We're going to Nextera next.
Nextera next indeed.
Yes. I actually could have made that into a joke but I can't. Smooth brain, let's go!
I'm ready for some next level play on the next map, Nextera.
Too many next.
I'm pretty sure it will be terrifying.
I wonder who will take the next booyah.
Okay, moving on.
I wonder when is the next day Peter will ever see the MVP.
That is something I could agree with.
You know what I want to see next? I want to see these teams terraform Nextera.
You know what I want to see next?
Next
something. I just want to see something. I want to see anything. I want to see some exciting matches. I want to see some crazy team fights.
Come on, guys. We got spoiled by Expand and RRQ in game 1. We really did. We got spoiled.
Okay.
Like, the game was fantastic. Like, that felt like a game that should have happened on Grand Final Day.
Yeah.
Not freaking day 1 of Point Rush. So, they set the bar really high for all of us. But to be fair, though, I think it's been a pretty big day because we had a complete point reset for all the teams and we're starting to see what kind of a playing field that we're looking at, what kind of playing field everyone is currently on.
And I think it's also worth looking at the top 3 headshots individually. I think when we came into this, these 3 were definitely not on the radar. I believe like Wasana right now, 86 total headshots, and that's including the 4 rounds that we had on top of the group stage. Abe coming in second with 80, Lee Kwang from GOW with 77. That's probably one of the most surprising appearances for me, right? Considering you look at their group stage run. But you know, GOW, we say that they are stepping it up. They have to step up, and they have shown some signs of life.
Yeah, Abe must be having quite a slow day in comparison to Wasana, who very quickly overtook him in the total number of headshots here for the top 3. Of course, they don't walk away with a $10,000 US prize. That's only for the MVP, and that's all been hogged up by Dew. And I don't think there's anybody that's capable of replacing his MVP spot by the way things are going.
All right, Mexico. What do you want, Mexico?
Another interview.
An interview would be great. Give him anything at this point.
Oh, he wants a bottle of water. Though I would love to hear what the other members of Loud had to say. Right? I think so far we've been only getting Mexico, but he's also one of the most entertaining men. Like his elaboration, like he gives us an essay.
He's very vocal. He's very animated.
Charismatic, yes.
Charismatic and very animated. Like he's a really cool guy to watch.
Yeah. Him, I think we've seen like from Magic Squad, like Bob's is also Bob Yago, you know, these 2. I mean, the Brazilians overall are great. So that's a department we got to step up on from SCA. You know, we're a lot more confrontational. Be more happy-go-lucky.
Okay, hold on. I don't know about me, but maybe you, sure.
Oh yeah, you have not seen Jonah being interviewed, and he has not been interviewed yet.
Well, maybe for good reason. They're saving him for Grand Final weekend. Sorry, Grand Final day, right? Because he gives some pretty spicy interviews from anyone that has actually tuned into last year. But it looks like our teams are ready. We're loading them into the pods. We are just about ready to jump into game number 5, our second last game of the day, because after this it's going to be the random map. We still don't know what this map is going to be, so teams towards the bottom of that leaderboard, they really are going to have to step it up for these next 2 games if they're going to try and at least take home a couple points at least for the Grand Final weekend, because so far Poco Stars, I think they're still at the bottom. They haven't been able to get anything. Almost guaranteed a donut at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is round 5 and they only have 9 points.
Yeah, and they would argue that 9's not nothing, you know, Danny. It's still something. It's an average of
2.25 points per round.
2.25.
But do you know what 9 points can afford you right now? A donut. A 0. So you're going to have to get more than 9 points there, Poco Stars. We'll see if this might be the map for them. Maybe they finally lit that fire in their hearts. Get those points in. Prove that we deserve more than donuts. We deserve points because we want to take that crown home for Indonesia. Because I think you guys brought up a pretty good point earlier on, right? I think there's a lot of emphasis on that race between Thailand and Brazil for the title of champion, but Indonesia is in a really good position this year to actually take it home themselves.
Yeah, I think without Brazil in the equation, it's definitely the race between Thailand and Indonesia.
Yeah.
We've seen it during FFSI, we've seen it. I think during other third-party tournaments that these teams have participated in. Right, we even have teams such as Magic Esports from Thailand, E-Arena, and these guys aren't even competing on the world stage. But when you add Brazil into the equation, then that becomes a completely different story. You have
the X factor.
Yes, I mean you have 2 out of 3 regions that are more active, that are more willing to take fights. So that's where Indonesia starts to kind of suffer a little bit because they are, they do struggle when you bring the fight to them.
A lot of teams are actually flying out early in this flight path, so not many teams wanting to actually drop towards that top.
I mean, you say RQ and Brazil.
You talked about Poco. Poco might just get a hole poke through them.
You talk about Brazil.
GOW.
Brazil and Indonesia as well, right? RQ and Loud are have already started fighting at Plazaria.
Like you said, Husky, if the fight gets brought to them, it's a little bit different. Abe bringing the fight to Brazil on the other hand. Drax, all he can do is run away. Gets a beautiful glue wall up as well. Drax can't do much, and he still gets knocked out. Abe calls out Loud. 21 gets the Sonya on the reset. The reset for the reset, and he gets it away.
Oh man, a trade coming through from the side of RRQ. Kazu just in time to save Abe. I mean, Abe, I believe, still ends up going down. Actually, no, he's still in the game. And it's Lau who loses 2, and Abe even picks up that elimination. So Lau, they are out of here. Mexico trying to find some sort of a safe haven.
Ooh, I mean, we're also looking at the top 2 teams, right? These are the 2 leaders of the leaderboard right now. They are tied for first place. Loud only being ahead because they got that booyah earlier today. So RRQ, ideally for them, they just want to remove Loud from the competition, give them a big fat donut, and they should be able to at least reclaim a position higher than Loud on the leaderboard. But
Loud's leading RRQ directly into another squad. But in the meantime, Poco Stars continues the engagement up against GOW. Poco, once again, 9 points from the past 4 matches. And it doesn't seem like the day is going to get any better for them, but they are able to force GOW out of their compound.
This could be the end for Lao, right? In an early
Mexico.
Exit. Mexico runs into BRU instead. One of the earliest exit for Lao. Very, very unfortunate considering that, like you guys pointed out, they are in first place, but RQ now surely will overtake them at the end.
Surely. It might not just be RRQ either. It might be some of the other teams sitting on the top of that leaderboard. But, oh my goodness. Poco Stars, super aggressive early on. They really want to make a statement happen in this game.
It's a revive galore for GOW. They are constantly bringing their teammates back, but all these picks like Poco have already guaranteed 4 points just from GOW alone.
Isagod's getting the job done when it comes to the revivals, and he's just waiting for Wally. Wally taking his time before he goes down, finally gets knocked down onto the ground. Elimination comes through as well, and the revival is going to take a little bit of time. I guess the boys are broke.
Just a little.
Well, doesn't even get to revive. That feels even worse if you are GOW. Oh, there is a vending machine. Yeah, you might be able to get the revive.
Although things could get a little hairy if RRQ decide to explore towards the southern side of the map there.
What's wrong by being hairy though?
What?
Say things are gonna get a little hairy, and being hairy's all right.
You get lost sometimes.
What?
What? Moving on.
We're gonna continue the conversation later, but Casper gets turned into a ghost by a double grenade pump out of the Drogon. Stop manages to back away. Don't cry. Knocks Caramel from nowhere, and PE Sports have a solid advantage. Storm's gonna be cornered. Narrow Drogon! And the A124 disables him as Hao Ang circles in with the Bison, and EXPS being disposed of. And the final player is gonna be Dew. And he's stuck against GOW's
Oh, he's gonna use that. Someone is camping the revival point. Wait, who?
Yeah, who?
What?
How?
Casper?
Wait, what?
Casper?
Is he gonna do it? No.
What? What?
Who took the revival?
That must be Casper. Casper the ghost. I mean, we'll go back to that in a bit. Maybe we'll have more bodies.
Whoa.
I say maybe, but a lot of bodies are falling. PE Sports finding an extra 3 points, just like that. But who took the revival point? Who?
I'm just confused, but never mind.
Man.
Wait, seriously, who got the revival? Is EXPS out?
No.
No.
Loud is out.
Yeah, it's only Loud that's out of the game so far.
Huh?
Dio was the final player, right? So Caramel got revived?
But he wasn't even close to the revival point.
Did he get to a vending machine?
No.
How?
The revival point got capped.
Yeah, at this point, the casters are just confused.
It's the first time in 3 years I've seen this happen. Okay, in almost 2 years, because the revival only got introduced last year.
Ooh. Okay.
Jonah out in the open. PokerStars fires about to get back. Moshi tagging him from across and finds able to respond, all thanks to the M82B. 70 HP left in here, and Jonah goes for the finisher and manages to get that one taken away. The rest of Buriram players on the hunt, but will find no sign of Poco players.
Just a heads up as well for anyone that missed it, EXPS was eliminated from the round as well in 11th place, so they won't be getting any more points this round, meaning that the top of that leaderboard is going to be very open. And Expand just getting a nice little elim there. Expand pretty quiet after their run on Bermuda. The team's been trying to collect some points today, but just not being in a comfortable position for a lot of these fights in these earlier rounds. But maybe next Terra could be where this team shines yet again. They'll just have to find that next opening.
Bombastic start, and then they fizzled out at Bermuda. It's slightly better at Alpine, but nothing to shout about. And 10 points at Kalahari. So perhaps in this game, they go back to their winning ways. But one more, looking for a shot, but misses it, unfortunately.
So GOW gets the whole team back again. It's one of those few rounds that they are just, you're just on the revival game, right? BRU are so deep in the blue zone. You can see the circle is like a northeastern side from where they are, so it's going to be a long journey for BRU.
RRQ spots one of the PE Sports players using the Dinoculus, but nothing much is going to come out of that. Expand, on the other hand, lowest total eliminations from the top 12. I mean, what a highlight.
I mean, it's worth pointing out, for sure.
It highlights how much of an underdog they were coming into the point rush round. I mean, a lot of people weren't expecting Expand to go off.
I think it also, like don't be misled by that. Even though they have the lowest elimination, they definitely weren't like 12th place when they qualified, right? Like they
were 10th, right? 10th or 9th?
I believe they were 10th place.
Yeah.
10th place.
But they were in a safe spot. They weren't at risk of actually losing.
And I think it was GOW with the lowest number of eliminations, with a total of 75. So
I mean, Expand had like despite them being in 10th place, they actually had a pretty consistent performance if you look at the average point, like 45, 58, 55, 48. Not too bad, right? The difference between the lowest and the highest is just 10 points. It's not the most bombastic one, but definitely consistent enough to get you through.
So we do apologize for that error in graphic. We'll fix it before we flash it again. GOW is going to be a little annoyed. That was their moment to get highlighted. Like, hey, we had the lowest number of eliminations. What you talking about? Why are you showing Expand all of a sudden? But it's okay. PE Sports. Inside the circle, just playing around. Try to see if or nothing.
I mean, to be fair, right? PE have played super aggressive this round. So maybe they're just trying to catch any of those players just skirting around the outside, trying to get that loot. Oh, it's a god there.
I mean, Lee was ready for that. I mean, either god did not stand a chance. First, he Tatsuya dash, bangs his head into the wall, makes a quick detour into the building, and gets absolutely blasted. PokerStars having a better game this time. RRQ will have their vehicle blown up by C-Triple-G. This is not the best for C-Triple-G. They have the blue zone damaging, I believe, CosQ and one more on fire.
Grenade. Oh, gets a tag. Only 12 HP taken away. A nice grenade to make them reposition first. CosQ, Peter, both joining up together. And Peter's going to lead the battle here. And it looks like Duds is just going to be on a grenade throwing spree, trying to find if or not he can tag a couple of players, but finds absolutely nothing. C-Triple-G with the reposition. Abe on the right-hand side with the Trogon, but he will pay the price for overextending the rest of the players back in a way. One good grenade tags up Peter. Peter still alive and kicking alongside CosQ as well from the back. And it looks like the rest of Poco will not be sticking their noses into this battle as they circle away. Dutch though tagged up Peter. Good sprays and he gets away. Sonya saves him and the reset will come to fruition as he gets a knock.
Man, what a fast collapse from C-Triple-G. They get one pick and instantly they swarm RRQ. Abe, the most important and most impactful member of RRQ, Kazu, just got caught off guard. RRQ out in 10th place. Cyrus Ffws is backside shot a little bit. Bob finds a snipe onto Krillin from afar. Magic Squad taking this slow but methodical against WAG.
Man, the Brazilian teams are just really doing so well in this round. At least Magic Squad, at least. Maybe they're going to be the ones to take over that first place because a lot of our leaders on that leaderboard have been eliminated from the round already.
Magic Squad is 9 points away from the #1 spot, so they need to do quite a bit of work in order to replace the other teams.
I don't know.
They only
I
have
don't.
1 elimination so far.
I think they have a really good chance of doing it though, because
They do.
all the top tier teams were eliminated first. So we'll see if Magic Squad.
Have to hustle a little bit more. It's still a little early for them, but Expand on the other hand looking for more points. Right below them sits Thorad.
This is one of those few dances that is going to take a while. Look at the amount of ice grenade. Cobra will have to tank it up, but no problem. Keeping him alive. But I'm worried about their economy though, especially the glue walls. Axel, you can see, only has 4. Crime MKS only has 3 in his inventory, and they're slowly getting burned away. Cobra forcing to use it as well. Doesn't even get to sneak through, so that's another glue wall expanded.
Oh, smart blaze out of Expand. They get tagged by the A1 through 4 and they erect a barricade right in front of them. So no rush coming on through. Prime, the first one, a setup, a glue wall, but they do get sprayed down. Too Fast gets a trade back, but not much comes through from that as he gets eliminated from the equation and the full squad of Expand falter.
The idea was good, but the execution, I feel like in that scenario, it's just too big of a risk. Crime KS, he wanted to isolate the members of Thorad when they go for the rush, but he did not expect the entire team of Thorad to just flood through the stairs. So good move from TR, but BRU now are trying to pick up some of the members from MGS who are trying to outrun the blue.
And they run out of the blue and looking to find a safer haven, and they do find one right behind WAG, and surprisingly the circle as well. What a great read by the Brazilians.
If they can get rid of WAG, the Magic Squad will be in a great spot. So this journey from BRU, literally traversing more than half the map since the start, will continue. Are in a very open spot though. GOW now tries to challenge DR. Lozzy basically running circles around Yi Kwang and wins that fight. Able to heal back up. Volley doesn't want smoke with the Indonesians, but it's too late. He's already dipped his toes into their territory and might be punished with death. Izagot can't even move right now, can only watch as his teammates get absolutely gunned down.
20 seconds till the circle turns into absolute torture. Thorad making the move. C-Triple-G flying straight towards God of Wolf. Oh my goodness, Izagot, this might just be the end for him. Darkhold onto a snipe on Yago. One more goes down as Liam finds him. Fantastic headshot. All out chaos for C-Triple-G as the circle now starts to tag them up. Thorad has been spotted out by On Fire, but the guy can't run away from this just yet. Circle's gonna flush all of them in, but Thorad the closest one to the safe zone.
Okay, Thorad are starting to move already. One more actually clips Lozzy. North gets destroyed by Bunsen, so Yago finds Ekal. There's members of Thorad dropping one by one, and Darko, the captain of the squad, the last man alive, as he watches his brethren all get sniped one by one, and Magic Squad having the time of their lives. WAG can't say the same about them though, as the compound now starts to be sieged by BRU.
Magic inside the circle, but Buriram trying to take them out of it. WAG in the vicinity as well as Moshi gets tagged up, and bombs out of nowhere, drops a nade onto Moshi. Can he get saved though?
Thorad finds the full revive, so that's going to buy him some time. Magic Squad looking to siege this area as well. WAG and BRU might end up falling prey to them, but again, Magic Squad, they're taking on multiple teams at once, and they have to pick their fights properly. As Lozzy is dropped again, it's just a messy fight in the compound. The Vietnamese and the Indonesians duking it out, and look at the bodies falling. It's PE Sport that ends up getting wiped.
My goodness, the circle just didn't do them any favors whatsoever, and Buriram were in the perfect place at the perfect time to take advantage of that. But now, the fight straight up to Magic Squad, who are outside of the compound. All of the glue wall melters laid out first just to take the defenses down. Jonah up top, Wasana down at the bottom. Magic Squad, on the other hand, backing away towards the back of this compound. The circle's not going to torture them just yet. And 12 more seconds, that's exactly what will happen.
Yago is positioning himself in the building, but he's not on the roof. That means that the Riptide Rhythm isn't going to be as effective. He needs to find an angle to provide backup right now because the circle is closing in. BRU, full squad still alive, still very healthy, but Magic Squad, they will have to take BRU head on. And I don't think Yago is in a good position to support his team.
C-Triple-G still alive through all of that chaos. on the opposite side of the battlefield. But now Buriram makes the first move in towards the center of the circle. They have the advantage now. All of the rest of the teams will be moving straight towards them on fire. Down on the ground as Moshi gets a shot out of nowhere. Wasana with a Muni Uzi goes in for the rush. Peter manages to Tatsuya away. Wasana blocked by his own glue wall. Has to get away now. Get high for the backup. Spots out Koskyu. Gets out of the circle. Forced right back in. And Koskyu does manage to get that knock alongside Peter. It is Moshi getting interfering as well as one more survives with a sniper in hand. Can't do much.
Jonah is healing up, but Moshi is starting to tank the blue as well. Look at Magic Squad joining the party. They have free reign of the battlefield, and here comes the utilities. Unfortunately, BRU and CGG are all trapped in their own glue wall maze as Magic Squad can just pick up the scraps and cash in some extra points. GU is landing the shots, bombs does fall, but it's CGG against the entirety of Brazil, and it's just not doable. Magic Squad with the second booyah.
Wow,
and Brazil with the third.
Go on. I was going to say that was a interesting decision from Buriram because they abandoned the compound to go after CGG. I mean, AJ, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, what do you think about that move? Like, do you agree with that decision from Buriram?
It's either you hunt or you be hunted. Buriram initially made that travel in towards the center of the final circle, and then they realized that they were out in the open. They looked at CGG. They had a boulder to work around with. That's just natural defense, and it was a good move. Unfortunately, CGG just took way too much of time, and that delayed their Magic Squad took advantage.
And I think for BRU, right, you had two options. We tried to fight Magic Squad, and then we take the fight to CGG. Or we take over where CGG are at, which puts them in a better spot to fight for the final fight, right? So I think they took a calculated risk, but again, like, they took too much time to actually get the wipe. So when Magic Squad showed up, eventually it was a bit too late.
I mean, they also did Magic Squad a favor at that point as well, right? Because Magic Squad, it was the next team in line to take that first place away from the round. And of course, I think they had 10 eliminations. They've got the booyah as well. So we're looking at least 24 points for this team. So that's going to shoot them way up that leaderboard and put them in a really good position to take away those 8 points today. Because that is what's on the line.
And the rest of the big teams, like you did mention early on as well, they did get taken out of the equation pretty early on. So the chances for Magic Squad, if they did not get that number of eliminations, probably would be a little bit lower, but they have managed to equalize to the top just purely through eliminations. So the 12 points that comes through the booyah is going to give them a huge boost to the top. Buriram, on the other hand, is not going to be tickling them for that #1 spot because they have been struggling quite a bit throughout the day.
Yeah,
Actually,
for sure.
Speaking of, Husky, I want to ask your thoughts. Like, what do you sort of think has happened with Buriram today? Not to say that the team is underperformed, but like, is it just...
I'll tell you the answer that I always hear from AJ, and for the past year, they're just chilling.
They're just chilling?
Wait till the grand finals.
And here's the thing. They've played for completion on the game of Free Fire, and now they're just trying to play this on the most difficult mode. They're just trying to give themselves the worst start possible on day 3.
Self-handicap?
So that they can have a little bit extra fun.
Side quests.
Side questing now.
Interesting. I mean...
How many points can you falter on before you get into the grand finals? I think all of it.
And can you still win without all those points? Because that would be a big statement for Buriram to still be able to take the crown, even though they didn't get the point rush points. It would be insane.
You'll be very surprised, right? I mean, I'm still not counting them out just yet. I think until and unless BRU doesn't win a world championship, this statement will always stand. It has stood the test of time for like 2 years.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Magic Squad's ready for their interview, so let's see what they have to say for their win.
Before we about to jump into the final match of the day, we need to shine the spotlight to the winning team first, and welcome back Magic Squad! Congratulations once again for the second booyah of the day. What is it? Is it your plan to defeat Thailand team in Free Fire World Series 2023?
Parabéns pelo segundo booyah do dia. Qual é o plano de vocês para derrotarem os times tailandeses nesse FFWS?
Eu acho que nosso plano é mais nosso jogo completo, não só para time tailandês, para tal time. Nosso jogo a gente foca em nós mesmos, a gente melhorar o que a gente erra contra qualquer time. A gente melhora sempre o nosso, a gente não pensa tanto nos outros, pensa só no nosso. E se Deus quiser, essa final nós vamos estar bem preparados.
We don't think so much specifically about a team or a region. We focus on correct what we are doing wrong in the game, so we get better every day and be prepared for the final day.
Right, so focus mainly on your team and performance. But between you and Wasana from Buriram United Esports, who is the better rusher in your opinion and why?
Entre você e o Asana da Buriram Esports, quem é o melhor rush e o porquê?
Eu acho que eu e ele somos dois jogadores muito bem qualificados. Eu acho que são dois jogadores que, se tiver no dia, vai amassar. Então, eu acho que não tem tanto isso de melhor rush. Eu acho que é quem tá no dia, quem tá mais preparado, tem um melhor desempenho e consegue sair vitorioso em tal trocação.
I don't see that we are so different. I believe we have like the same skills. We are both very good. So it depends on the day. Some days I'll be better, some days he'll be better. And we are both focused on be prepared and do a fine job in the finals.
Right. But you always kept calm and composure during the game. Any advice to gamer on how to deal with frustration during the game?
Algum conselho que você dá pro pessoal pra frustração durante o jogo, tipo, quando as coisas não saem do jeito que vocês esperam, qual é o conselho que você dá?
Eu acho que se puxar principalmente o nosso time, é um time que tem muito bem o reset, porque eu acho que é todo muito unido, todo mundo sabe o potencial de cada um, então a gente sabe resetar bem. E uma dica que eu dou é esquece. Só esquecer a partida passada, porque vai partida por partida, você sempre tentando evoluir. E no final, se Deus quiser, tudo dá certo. E é isso.
So basically, we know our potential, so when we don't have a good match, we can easily reset and think about the next one, game by game, round by round, focusing on the final day.
So that's the trick that you guys can use as well, gamers. And lastly, anything you'd like to say to your enemies here?
Alguma mensagem para os adversários da Magic aqui no FFWS?
Só queria dizer que o Brasil tá na casa e estamos voltando.
Brazil is in the house and this is getting back to us.
So maybe I'll see you in the last game here again?
Talvez eu te veja aqui de novo depois dessa última queda.
Tomara, né? Quanto mais, melhor.
I hope so.
Yeah, I like that attitude. Thank you so much and congratulations. Now, who will win the final game of the day? Stay tuned. But right now, back to you, Shoutcaster.
Who will win the final game? Who can top Magic Squad? Because I think that's going to be the story for today. Magic Squad, I think they're guaranteed top of the leaderboard right now. Next best thing, someone swipes that away. And the question is, how? Cute. Wow.
No,
okay.
that was a cough. I didn't answer.
Okay, no problem. But the real question is, what's the next map going to be, right? Yes. Because some maps are going to be favorite maps for certain teams, and is it going to be enough of an advantage to eliminate Magic Squad early and to overtake them? Because I want to know how big the gap is for a number of teams, not just the top teams, but also the teams that are a little further down that leaderboard. But here's our elimination leaders for the round. We've got Boots for Magic Squad in first place with 4 eliminations. But, I mean, it's pretty spread across the board here for our teams. MVP, though, is going to go to Yago.
Yeah, once more, the sniper of the team. I believe this is his second MVP overall. If I recall correctly, but definitely very influential, right? Even though I feel like in the last fight there was a period where he puts himself away from danger but doesn't get to support his team, but corrected that in the last fight where you fight in open ground. So again, the Skylar being put to good use is just another day in the office for MGS.
Another day in the office.
Absolutely. Yago with the MVP as well. But Sin, on the other hand, 4 eliminations, definitely did a good job out there, and a very concise player, definitely helping out the rest of his team members who were tagging up all of those out there on the battlefield to pull in those important points. But of course, here are the match standings. And it will be Magic Squad up at the very top with a total of 23 points, but CGG hot on their heels with a total of 19. Now, they were both in the 4th and 5th spot, but there was quite a bit of distance between them when we looked at the overall leaderboard earlier on. And look at who's woken up, BRU.
Finally, but I mean, it's taken them 4 games to finally get up there. But the question is, will they stay awake for game number 6, right?
I remember there was an interview done with BRU during FFSI. They were asked like, how is your mindset going into the group stage? And they were like, we're just chilling, we're waiting for the finals. I think this is that version of BRU. But Magic Squad now takes a firm lead in the first place.
And there's high probability that both of these Brazilian squads are going to be jumping up into the number 1 and number 2 spot. But of course, Loud has to bring in the consistency. If they don't bomb out pretty early, if they are not hot dropped by anyone, there is a high probability. But of course, it's going to go down to what map we play on as well.
Look, if you're going to start praying, you got to pray now, right? You got to pray, give us our map, give us the best chance to try and get those points, because it's our last game, right? If you flop now, that's going to be it for today. You're going to have to wait for tomorrow and wait for that reset, because 8 points is on the line. And so far, Magic Squad, they've got both hands on those points, but you can't guarantee anything. Anything goes in a game of Free Fire.
And for anybody ridiculing the fact that they only get a total of 8 points from the first day of Point Rush, let us remind you once again, the past 2 World Series, the difference between the first and second place was less than 4 points.
No.
So it makes a huge difference. And Loud is gonna get allowed.
Loud and Magic Squad, honestly. This is literally, I mean, Brazil has been taking over Kalahari. I would still put teams, you know, the Indonesian teams on the map for sure, but like I said, since week 2 of the group stage, a lot of teams have started to catch up. They are no longer, you know, they are no longer being caught off guard by, you know, teams like RQ Kazu, who still held the record for the highest point garner in 1 round. That was off of Kalahari.
I was going to say RRQ is going to be smiling, right? Because they're in second place. They are still in good contention to catch up to Magic Squad. But the most important thing you have to do here is they cannot afford to tie. Because if you tie with Magic Squad, they've got 2 booyahs. So they will automatically get first place.
Brazil has a back-to-back-to-back. Can they add another one to the list and make the region super proud? I mean, Brazil's one of the biggest servers that we have for the game of Free Fire for a good reason, right? We've got fantastic talent from there, and we've got a fantastic community there who are absolutely in love with the game. And this is totally deserving. But can they make good use of this Point Rush collection on that final day? Or will the Thai teams, as usual, steal it away? Or will we have an absolute surprise? Maybe Indonesia shows up strong on day 3.
And we're looking for a potential birth of a new era, and it has to start from teams who are not from Thailand. Unfortunately, they've held the title for 3 World Championships, and that's more than enough. But for me, I mean, my prediction stays the same. I do want to move Loud to first, simply because if you compare them and RRQ, definitely RRQ has had a slightly rougher day.
But I also think like Loud today, their performance has been really solid, right? RRQ, they've had some great performances, but again, we saw them, they did get eliminated earlier on in that previous round. So I hope this team hasn't petered out yet, because this is their signature map. If there's a time to make a comeback, it's got to be now. But if it's not now, it might just be the takeover from Brazil, because I think, if anything, I can't imagine the happiness that the Brazilian fans are feeling today, especially with how Thailand dominated the group stage. Maybe there was a little bit of hope lost for some of the fans, but now reignited, got to be happy. But the Indonesian fans, they need to also cheer for their teams, because they are not out of the running. They can absolutely sweep the competition if they play their cards right. And not just their cards, but they also have to pray, is RNGesus going to bless them as well?
You know, I mean, Rio de Janeiro, that's where the first kingdom of Brazil was first founded. Then it quickly collapsed in Singapore, Marina Bay Sands, and then Sentosa, and then Bangkok, and now Bangkok again. I mean, it has to come home, right? Like Gio said, Brazil is in the house. I mean, they've never left. They just never got to take over.
Brazil's in the house. It's just that thus far it hasn't been their house. The highest players' house. But of course, EXPS is out of the run unless Loud, CGGG, RRQ, as well as Magic Squad clunk out super early, and EXPS gets the booyah this time round. But that's a little bit too much to expect. But CGGG as well as RRQ, they have a solid chance to represent Indonesia and Thailand strong for the regions to finish in that number 1 spot. And no doubts whatsoever that Brazil's going to give them a run for their money in a very, very good start to this game, where the whole map is wide open to them.
Yep, split right down the center as well. So if there's anywhere that you want to go, you should be able to reach it rather easily. But the high tier loot zone is going to be in Stone Ridge. Are we looking at any hot drops? It seems like it's going to be a pretty clear round unless these later teams actually decide to drop on top of each other. And it looks like we might actually see that happen now.
Yep, Foundation, RRQ, EXPS. This is going to be a big fight between these two. And if RRQ manages to down and out EXPS early, it'll be a fantastic start for their race towards the top. And MP40 tries to go up against a melee, and unfortunately, the glue wall mistake by Casper cost him his life.
Yeah, you don't bring a baseball bat to a gunfight. That's what we learned from that exchange. And Wasabi didn't get to play the previous round. He wants to go for more. Jonah, on the other hand, going for the chase on the Magic Squad. GU wants to run away, takes 2 pumps in the back, and Jonah finds an easy one.
Fantastic start for both RRQ and Buriram. Buriram struggling. Stop, taken down as well as Abe gets traded out. Legalot is there to shut down Stop right after. Legalot traded out by Caramel. Back and forth we go as Dew gets taken down and out of the equation as well. Not put out just yet. RRQ Dutch spotting out D Kwang as GOW hops on into this battle to pick up the pieces.
Oh my goodness, God of Wolf. They actually might be able to vulture both of these teams because they are horribly injured. They do not have the numbers, and when it comes to loot, it's not looking too good either. Dudes, this might just be the end of him. Can he get the last hit? No, he can't. Goes down. God of Wolf are feasting.
Razor did revive everyone else. Unfortunately not Dudes because he just went down. So they will have to kind of basically spread out, try to find some sort of a resource. Razor actually, he revived his team, so he's now stuck there with GOW.
And Loud is keeping a close eye on the situation alongside PE Sports through Narrow as well. Caramel actually got away from that absolute onslaught by the rest of the teams, and it looks like EXPS will survive, at least for the time being.
But it's all going to be coming down to Caramel. He's all alone, and actually look at that. God of Wolf, they are hunting and they want Caramel.
Kwang tags up as well, Caramel. Double revolver, and D Kwang puts him out of the equation, and EXPS bombs out on day 1 of Point Rush.
Man, fancy footwork from Razor. What a shot onto Izagot. So picks up an extra point, but it's not done just yet. He has a med kit. Gonna loot out a bit more, but it's trying to find some space to heal up.
He will be able to do exactly that. Izagot gets brought back by a volley. In the meantime, Expand looking for the edge of the circle here as they spotted out WAG moments ago, and it looks like they are gonna go for the hunt. Dolphin right in front of them. WAG has the high ground. They stop to take a good account of who's behind them, and they should be able to spot out the players of Expand any moment now.
There's a UAV flying, hovering over the refinery. It's not shot out just yet. That's where Loud is. Crime and KS does have Cyrus in his sights.
Good job!
Completely misses the grappling, saving Cyrus. So he's going to reunite with the rest of his team, and Mammoth and Cobra needs to catch up right now, side by side with Crime and KS.
Oh, Axel could just be the thorn in their backs here, going for that flank on the left, but it doesn't have the elevation against the WAG players. Axel! What a jump up to the top. Tags up Cyrus as well, but just on the foot. Doesn't do a lot of damage. In the meantime, it's going to be Cobra helping him with the execution. And Cyrus now going to get caught between 3 players. And Crime finds the sprays, doesn't get the knock. And crawls away so he doesn't get eliminated. But Cyrus goes in cheekily, only get trapped. Execution is there as he gets the confirmation onto Crime. Cobra finishes Cyrus off, and WAG, they took what they could.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Could not confirm Crime MKS. That's the fire rate difference. I mean, Cyrus's gun just went up a bit faster than Crime MKS, but nothing much was lost. Expand finds 2. WAG get out of there. But this Mammoth now completely in control of Expand.
Team status is looking a little bit scary here for RRQ. They're already down to a 1 player yet again. They do have 5 eliminations though, so they have 5 points on the board already, but at risk of being eliminated if they lose that final player and can't find a revival point or have the money for that vending machine. God of Wolf, though, up to a fantastic start because of RRQ.
Yeah, making good use of RRQ's early battle, taking advantage. And Wasana, on the other hand, rushes on in. They'll find the players of WAG, and Dolphin's not the final one by the looks of it.
Could have brought his whole team back, but unfortunately the revival point was only capped halfway. So Krillin now has to literally run out and try to find some sort of a revival point at the far edges of the map. The Magic Squad still have not been able to bring Yago back. There is a revival point near this area, Santa Catarina, but I think they are worried that they might not be safe.
They're trying to hang on to that first place. I can't blame them for wanting to just play safe, right? Like, they are within arm's reach of that 8 points for the grand final on Sunday. Just play it as safe as possible. Do not get eliminated as the first two with 0 eliminations.
Expand, on the other hand, is playing for the 9th spot. But we do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Unfortunately, the casters are going to stay silent for a moment as we are facing a little bit of a technical difficulty.
Don't worry, I can see it, I can see it. I can see it from literally the production room. There's nothing much happening just yet. I think we are out. We are in the clear. We are in the clear. Thank you very much. Our production room is fantastic. We see everything going on right now. And I told you, we're not missing anything. The only thing we missed was actually Peter going for a long jog. Just in time to see the circle close in. Where is it going to be though?
Still pretty center.
Storage.
Ooh, alrighty. So a bit of a northeastern circle. It's not going to be dead center on Refinery like previously.
PogoStar is going to be very happy in the center. And also Lau in a pretty good spot, right? They get to kind of zone out multiple teams. They actually use the scan as well with the binoculars on the entirety of Expand, while on the southwestern side of Refinery.
I was going to say, if there's a team that's not happy, it's RRQ. We did see Abe stuck in the top left-hand corner of the map all by himself. And guess who's actually very close to the revival point? It was actually God of War. So they're actually ready to actually stop them from getting that revive. We'll see if that happens. Otherwise, we might just see RRQ on the kill feed yet again.
A bit of a trade here between Sana and Leadouts Get High. And the question is, how is Expand going to go through this though? I think Lau has already started moving. They don't want to hold on to the edge. Sends out the UAV as well. It's a 2-2 split from them. Gio brings Yago back, so Magic Squad, they are whole again.
Groza in the hands of the Brazilians, and they spot Expand crossing. Shots are already on point, and Crime gets tagged up, and it looks like the Brazilians are going to be meeting Expand out of the open field. This seems to be a risky maneuver if they do go ahead and launch themselves straight into that action, and lost 21. What a snipe. Takes too fast head off, and if the captain goes down, we know exactly what waits the rest of the Expand players. But Cobra, with a very smart backstab, takes lost 21 out of the equation. That's a 1-for-1 trade.
I was actually very worried, right? When Lost 91 made that move, he committed with the grappling. Is it grappling or the jumping pad? And Cobra, very nice response with the grappling to go for this rush. This is why, you know, Skylar isn't really picked a lot of often anymore, because you have these kind of maneuvers, like the grappling hook to Tatsuya, allowing you to rush literally into their face. So Expand now gets to break through Refinery if they want to. They have the man advantage, but thankfully for Lau, there's a vending machine, there's a revival point, they can bring their teammate back.
Oh, Abe. Abe, he might be taken out by PE Sports. He really wants that revival point.
Well, I guess Magic Squad, there's a good chance to finish first. I mean, Abe is all alone.
BE Sports isn't going to allow him to run away just yet. A 1-2-4 pops by Abe. And time doesn't run out for him just yet. Finally does as UK collects the elimination point, eliminating the final survivor of RRQ.
Rough round for RRQ. We literally were talking about them, right? Having a rough, well, not a rough day, but definitely having some rounds where you felt underwhelming, and you're gonna see it happening, unfortunately, in the later stages of Kalahari. Magic Squad actually a full squad revive. Look at Yago, 200 glue walls destroyed in FFWS. So yeah, if you need someone to tear down walls, you look for this guy.
Give Yago a call.
Give Yago a call.
The Exterminator, he's ready to get rid of those glue walls.
Expand outside of the circle, but not to worry. Vehicle's here to pick all of the boys up and drive right into either survival or absolute destruction. PE Sports on the opposite side of this body of water. No bridge to connect them just yet, but Expand. Whoa! Hey, a very cheeky move, and
who's
pay
the driver?
a big price for that.
All right, who was the driver? Who was the driver? That's all I want to know.
Clearly doesn't have a license yet.
I mean, all the boys are young, but my goodness, this is terrible driving.
That actually might cost them, because PE Sport, they are way far away into the circle already. Actually, just fly straight into GOW. Donero doesn't have much to work with. Momentum comes through. That wall falls. And don't cry. Great backup.
Shot from afar from Don't Cry. Izagot picked right back up. PE Sports has got one player right above GOW. In the meantime, the players of Buriram fighting Torrent as well. Grenade from New K pumps out, 2 from the Drogon. How Ark Expand shows up. Backstab. Narrow gets taken down. And this is that revival gameplay from the pride of Expand. And it looks like they are going to take everything away. Double grenades from the left and right. Lian's going to back away from the rest of PE Sports. A sliver of health left. And the confirmation is taken by someone from down at the bottom. Potentially Axel. D Kwang low on that HP as well. Crime Wall bursts his way right through the players of GOW. And Axel does find Lian.
Expand still looking for more. 6 points already. The wall does go down. Cobra trying to go for the spam. PE tries to kind of disengage from this, but if a secondary team there at the end, Poco Stars, they might be able to join this though. They are far and they see this happening.
Expand could earn themselves a bonus of 3 points here if they can walk away with a solid booyah on Kalahari. 6 eliminations already, but PE Sports still gonna be a little bit annoying on their side.
I think that was the smart play there from Expand. Don't fully commit because look at who is coming into the fray here. Loud actually hearing PE Sports.
Good reposition. PE Sports backing away. Loud looking for that fight. Buriram versus Magic Squad. This is where we see if or not the Brazilians will end up in that #1 spot by the end of the day. Buriram personally trying to take them out of the equation. GU with the Drogon. One pump. Tatsuya right behind him. And the finish is just not there for Wasana. Get High alive and kicking. AWM in hand. But up against 4 players on the side of Magic Squad. This is the end for Buriram by the looks of it. Moshi still alive. Butsin down. Flame confirmation. Glue wall goes down as well. Nobody there to save Butsin. And Get High goes in for the finisher. Gio still on his left-hand side. Moshi shuts down Bob. The guys are still alive. Buriram, how are you doing it? Trip mine set down by Gio here. Get High doesn't fall for it. And the sniper in hand doesn't find that final finisher. And now all of a sudden it's a 1v2.
Yeah, because Moshi actually flanked Bobs. That's why Buriram are now in the have the advantage. They will get to call shotgun and outrun the blue. Unfortunately, you don't have the luxury if you're GU.
Yeah, I actually think this might just be it here for, for Magic Squad. I don't think there's any way GU can get in here.
And he's trying to back away towards Santa Cruz. I think he's going for a vending machine. He's going for a buyback. He goes for a buyback. What a buyback for GU. And Magic Squad inside the next circle, all alive.
Let's see if they survive long enough though, because even though they're brought back, they have to make sure they land safely, and there are a lot of teams remaining.
Butts in, Bobs! C-Triple-G finishing them off one after the other as they take the drop. GU taken out of the equation as well. One more finds Moshi, Yago goes down, and that's about it for Magic Squad.
Very, very unlucky. I mean, that could have been a comeback moment, right? We've seen it from Expand at the start of the day, but for Magic Squad, they don't have the luxury.
Too many players alive, I think. Too many people to notice these bodies coming out of the sky.
It might still be enough though to keep them in first place, unless Lau wins this round against Expand, which is possible. Kawan, they all literally are in a tight area. Too fast it's already now. Cobra literally ticking to the edges, but still somehow standing. Kawan was able to find Crime. MKS. Axel also getting absolutely blasted. It's Cobra against Brazil.
In a 1v3, Cobra getting tagged up from the side as well. Drax, Groza. Looks for the finisher. Final engagement. Charge buster in the hands of Cobra. Does get the knock, but traded out by Drax and the Drogon. Unfortunate for Expand. They don't walk out of that one alive.
On the other hand, C2G against Poco Stars. One of the better rounds for Poco Stars for sure in top 3. Getting pressure from the high ground. C2G relentless. Raz instantly receiving help from 18 Deer, but gets abandoned really quickly because he can bring himself back up, thankfully. Still taking damage. Lau is the team that has one less members compared to the other two, and C2G are in the circle already.
Poco Stars dead last at the moment in the overall leaderboard, so if they take a victory here, might really not mean much at all. They get 1 point from the first day of Point Rush. But Loud, they look like they are going to be the loudest ones to walk away from day #1, perhaps with 8 points in hand. At the moment, they've only got 7 through the eliminations, going for the 12 on the placements as well. Beam gets tagged up. It is going to be that ice grenade on the play. C-Triple-G approaching the situation as well, slowly but surely.
I mean, One More has such a good spot. He's safe in the circle, and he has a long-range weapon. The clusters And the blue zone starting to hurt. Mexico wants to find somewhere where he can comfortably play with. But Peter, he just runs for the Tatsuya. There it is, the dash finally put to good use. Peter finds immediate capitalization and Drax is isolated right now. Grapple on top, one more. A shot to the gut and Drax falls literally flat on the ground. It's Kawan to hold Loud in this game.
Yeah, big brain plays coming through from Kawan up on top with the bird's eye view, gets the knock onto Ffws as well. Poco Stars not going to be walking away with that one, and the Groza within the hands of Kawan should be able to take away as many as possible from up top using this chaos between C-Triple-G as well as Poco Stars. Lehman 18 deer, circling around. Coscu backs away, on fire, joined by his partner as well in a 1v2. Coscu and on fire take Kawan out of the equation, and now they only have the Indonesians to deal with.
Peter is gonna find one alongside one more. Leem drops, and this should be a C-Triple-G Booyah. Poco Stars, one of their best round, valiant effort, but just not enough. And I think C-Triple-G have done sufficient to overtake Magic Squad on the first spot.
And will Peter finally get the MVP? He has deserved the MVP all of today. But will it be robbed again?
He should get this one, right? I mean, he has already had two taken from him.
He was robbed today, twice.
If he gets, imagine like if he gets the MVP this time, right? And the two MVP that he should have gotten, he would tie with Dew.
Yeah, but there's no way production gives him the MVP, because if they go by the current formula, it's just by selecting the player with the most number of eliminations on the winning team. So good luck to you, Peter.
Peter is
for your MVP.
He has to compete with his own teammates now.
He's the uncrowned king.
Yeah, he's definitely. Peter's my most favorite player throughout the whole of the Free Fire World Series. He's my personal MVP, one of the most flashiest players, and he's actually outdoing even, you know, the superstars like Moshi and Jonah.
I think it's safe to say that, you know, if this is how Peter is going to play for the entire World Series or for the rest of this weekend, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame for sure.
I hope so, for his sake.
You hope so?
Oh,
At the moment, he's nowhere near there.
He's on my list, don't worry.
It needs to be a household
Definitely
name.
on my list too. Unfortunately, Husky, you're on my list.
Doesn't
means
count.
nothing to the guy picking the MVPs.
Oh, goodness. I hope that changes, but we'll have to see if Peter hopefully gets his MVP for this round. But we will just quickly recap the round as Magic Squad. They were the leaders on the point leaderboard today. They may have just lost it to C-Triple-G. Actually, AJ, do you have the numbers, or do you have rough numbers?
I don't think Loud lost that #1 spot, because they had a 16 or a 13-point lead on C-Triple-G earlier.
Magic Squad.
Sorry, Magic Squad. Okay, so Loud, I don't think there's a huge difference here. C-Triple-G still gets it.
Yeah, I think, I mean, C-Triple-G has, this is, I wouldn't say it's a monstrous round, but I think they definitely have gotten enough, you know, enough to overtake Magic Squad. I mean, a bit of a flashback from last year where Brazil was literally tearing up the finals, and at the end, Thailand comes through and stops them.
Sneaks in the back door.
Yeah, kind of.
Brazil did Brazil dirty first, and then Thailand sneaked in.
Yeah, this one is different. This one was different. This one was just Thailand doing everyone dirty. But thankfully, it's not the finals, right? Like, the trophy is not at stake just yet. But again, you can't count these teams out. I mean, C-Triple-G has been on our radar for a long, long time, and here they are, performing out of their minds.
Only 8 points on the line here.
Eight.
Just 8 points.
You've said it before. Sometimes it could just be a matter of 1 or 2 points to decide whether or not you might be in a certain position, a position where you might take home a trophy and $300,000. But I do believe our interview is ready, so let's see what our winners have to say after snapping up that final booyah.
Truly well-deserved final match of the day in the Poira stage, day 1. Joining me here is the final winner. Give it up for CGGG. One more. Congratulations. สวัสดีค่ะ In the last combat of Game 6, your team defeated all Brazil and Indonesia teams. Is it your plans to become the champion of Free Fire World Series 2023?
ในไฟท์สุดท้ายเราเอาชนะทั้งทีมบราซิลกับทีมอินโดนีเซียได้เรามีแผนยังไงที่จะเป็นแชมป์ของ World Series ครั้งนี้คะ
ก็แผนอยู่ที่โค้ชหมดแล้วครับพวกเราเน้นเล่นรู้ใจกันมากกว่าครับ
Everything is on the coach plan. Yeah, we just have good communication in the team.
Right. And in your opinion, who is the best sniper in Free Fire World Series 2023 and why?
ในความคิดของเราใครเป็นสไนเปอร์ที่โหดที่สุดใน Free Fire World Series ครั้งนี้คะทำไม
วันมอเลยครับ ไม่ต้องคิดเยอะเลย
ว้า
ก็รู้ๆกันอยู่ครับ
CGGG one more no need to think that much everybody knows
I like that he is so confident but always keeping the straight face. And lastly, we will team try to have more additional points tomorrow.
พรุ่งนี้คิดว่าจะเอาแต้มเพิ่มอีกไหมคะ
ไม่ได้คิดเรื่องแต้มเลยครับ แต่ว่าจะเล่นให้เต็มที่ครับ
I didn't think much about to gaining more points just playing the best that we can
Right. And last time you were here, you said something very impressive. You said that no friends in the game. Any last word you want to say to any opponents or your fans?
คราวที่เราบอกว่าไม่มีเพื่อนในสมรภูมิครั้งนี้ มีอะไรจะพูดถึงศัตรูทีมอื่นๆบ้างไหมคะ
ก็อย่าทำร้ายผมเยอะครับ รักผมเยอะๆนะครับ
Don't hurt me that much please give me some love
No more warning from him now? No. Just asking nicely, right? Thank you so much. One more from CGGG. Give it up. I hope you win again tomorrow. And that's a wrap from my end here. And still more excitement coming in the Point Rush stage tomorrow. Stay tuned. But right now, passing it on to the shoutcaster. See you tomorrow, guys. Bye-bye.
And that was C-Triple-G wrapping up the day with our final booyah of the day on Kalahari, which was our random map. And I know a certain team is going to be a little bit upset that they didn't get that booyah because they could have taken that first place back, but it might be C-Triple-G. I think at this point you said, right, it's guaranteed that C-Triple-G take home those 8 points.
Could have, would have, should have.
I mean,
it
will
doesn't
have.
matter.
But
tomorrow's another day. I mean, if you couldn't do it today, you do it tomorrow.
But I mean, so far, right, Brazil, this is, for some reason, I just realized this late into the competition, but Brazil and second place have a very tight relationship.
It's a
right?
curse.
It is a second place curse. Like, Lau finished second in Marina Bay Sands in 2019 against Ffws Phoenix. And then K finished second place against Ffws Phoenix last year. But thankfully, again, this is not the finals. If this was the finals, then it's a second place curse again. So they have a chance to redeem themselves. But yeah, the track record shows that they just need a little bit more push.
And this is why the point rush is just so useful, right? Because unlike FFSI, where E-Arena pretty much just won the whole finals on the first day, this time around, you kind of get to set your fate up in a good way for the final day of play, grab as many of those points as possible. But of course, there are some Titans who could nullify all of those points literally on just one game.
That is true. I mean, we've seen, what was the highest score for points that we've seen in the group stage?
37.
37. But that's
37.
37 might be a little bit high.
That was
but
higher than what Ffws Phoenix got to win the trophy last year.
Yeah. So 37 points and you get a total of 16.
If you get first place on both.
On both.
Point rush days.
Yeah. So if someone scores 37 on that first day of the on the first game of the grand finals in itself, that's an instant nullifier. And
you probably just win the whole thing.
Do it, yeah.
You probably just win the whole finals at that point, right? You're so far ahead.
Fingers crossed not.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen because we don't want to know who the winner is off of the first game of the grand final day. We do want to have that closeness, that race, that chance of just one team being able to snap up the trophy with that single point.
Yeah, and thankfully because of this new format, you also don't have the winner confirmed on the first day of the 3-day finals.
Not even the second day either, right? It's
Absolutely
literally
not.
on Sunday we will find out who's going to be the winner.
But the efforts made on the first 2 days can stand a good chance to make a huge difference on the final day, but we are all looking at chance.
Yes. I think there are a lot more variables for sure. Like if you ask me, I think the impact would be minimal, but I think it's also minimal enough to actually make a difference. When you look at the past history, that one extra point could really determine whether you win a trophy or not, right?
Yeah.
So in that sense, Point Rush, I can vibe with it.
Yeah.
But I think because this is the very first time and we are testing it, quote unquote testing it on the world stage, we gotta wait until the grand finals to really find out how much of an impact it has. But theoretically, I think it might help some teams really kind of salvage what was their weaknesses back then.
Yeah, I mean, I think you brought up a really good point, right? The fact that we have this new format, teams are also trying to figure out, like, how do we approach a new format? Do you literally just play as if you're playing the grand final for 3 days, or do you sort of try something new for the first 2 days and then you go all out for grand finals? Like, it's not something you're going to figure out in the span of 3 days. You really need to just sort of bunker down. But here are our elimination leaders for the round. The MVP, though, for our final game today is going to go to one more from CGGG. So yet again, Peter getting robbed of MVP 3 times, and the final time being from his own teammate.
And you know, when you ask the sniper of the squad, who's the best sniper on the Free Fire World Series stage, the probability of him saying himself is really high, and that's exactly what One More did. But I don't know if he's the best, because Dew will definitely fight him for that title.
Well, I think Dew would fight anybody for the title at this point. Like, can anyone even take it away from him? That's the real question. And we've only got 2 more days for teams to get booyahs to even contest Dew. So you're kind of hoping that at this point, EXPS don't get any more booyahs.
Who is hoping, though?
Everybody. It's $10,000. I mean, like, yeah, you get the if you win the entire tournament, it's 300K, but you want to have an extra 10K. Whether you share it or it's just for you, it's up to you.
I mean, you've got 12 more chances to take it away from Dew.
But you also got to compete with 12 other teams.
12 other teams
Sorry,
and your
11.
own team.
Oh yeah, that's true, your own team. Oh goodness.
Peter
Tough
clearly
times.
not the MVP this round. 967 damage, 2 eliminations. He bows down to 1 more, who managed to find those long-range connections. And look at the sheer number of knockdowns. This guy was active throughout the game.
All right, so to wrap things up, here is the overall standings for the final game of the day, which was on Kalahari. CGGG taking home 21 points, Buriram taking home 20, Loud 16, Expand 14, Poker Stars also 14, and 8 points to God of Wolf.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Again, like that booyah for Loud would have changed everything. You know, Magic Squad able to cash 6 points. RQ Kazu only getting 5. Towards the very end, I mean, the Indonesians did fall flat a little bit, except for Pogo Stars. This was ironically their best round the entire evening. But gotta look at the overall standings as well. I believe CGGG most likely have already gotten first place off of that booyah.
CGGG.
Just nice. Just nice.
2
Brazil
points.
once again.
Man,
getting kicked down by Thailand. This must be super annoying for the region, but it's great that this is happening on the first day of Point Rush. Let all of that anger and frustration be shown on day 2 and 3.
Let's hope that anger is actually going to be enough to really light that fire tomorrow, because this is today's performance. Tomorrow is a new day. This is a new day for everybody, not just the Brazilian team. So we might see another region go off tomorrow. But with these overall standings, this is also going to be the distribution for points. So CGGG taking home 8 points. We will show the results right now.
And thankfully, you know, for these teams, you can get 100 points, 1,000 points, doesn't matter. At the end, it only result in 8 points for your hits to kickstart the grand finals. At least that's what CGGG gets from day 1. Now, the maximum they can get is definitely 16, but when you look at the other teams, there's a very good chance, right? Like Magic Squad, Lao, RRQ, they can make use of day 2 to kind of you know, get some extra points for themselves, and if they can keep it close, even if they don't finish first, then the grand finals would again come down to those very small margins that can easily be covered.
Exactly. So maybe 10, 12 points for CGGG overall. We kind of don't know if they can keep up that first place performance, but that's going to conclude day 1 of Point Rush. We still have 1 more day of Point Rush, and that's going to be tomorrow. Everything will be reset, so whatever happened today, it's only going to matter for today. They've gotten their points. For anyone that didn't do well today, they can reset. But with the end of the broadcast, any final words before we close the show, gentlemen?
Point Rush!
That sounds like AJ. Well, I guess that's going to be it. AJ is speechless. Husky's had his fun with Point Rush. I mean, we've all had a pretty fun day with Point Rush today. We're all looking forward to what's going to happen tomorrow. So hopefully we start with an explosive game like we did today on Bermuda. For anyone that did miss out on game number 1, we do recommend go back, watch the VOD. Game number 1, it was amazing. But with that said, thank you so much for watching the show. We will see you all tomorrow at the exact same time. See you, survivors.